Good morning. I'm checking the chat. Okay. Yes, good morning, Syed. Ayusha, very good morning. Jajir, very good morning. Chine, very good morning. Goodwin, very good morning. Perfect. Guys, please type in the chat box which part of world you are joining. Just wanted to quick checks up because we have done a reshuffle and 21 new people joined. We removed 32 people. So Jaipur, Rajasthan, Nepal, India, Germany, UK, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Nigeria, Bangladesh, India, Finland, Nigeria, Bangalore, Karnataka, Nigeria. Perfect. Super. Ghana, Ethiopia, Australia. Wow. UP, India. Great. Madhya Pradesh, India. Super. Very good. Well, so good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, based on your time zone. And today we are in our week 3, and today we are going to understand very important topic. So, guys, if you are excited, all good, type EX in the chat box. Excited. Very good. So let's quick small checks up, guys. You can see my screen. I'm loud and clear. If yes, type SA in the chat box. S means you can see my screen. A means I am audible. Wow, perfect. What an energy. Super, super. Very nice. Thank you so much. Okay, so what we are going to learn today? Today we are going to understand what is life cycle of the DevOps. And today we are going to set the stage for our next another 8 weeks or 9 weeks. Okay. So what different tools, what different automations we are going to learn and why exactly we need to learn. So this is what we are going to cover. But before that, let me start the recording. Perfect. Super. So let's do a quick recap and then we will get started. Sorry. So what we have covered so far. So we have started with the Linux, right? And even before Linux, we understood, okay, what is internet, right? What is network, how to use AI, and also you set up your code editor, right? Visual Studio Code, correct? Guys, are we on same page? Type same in the chat box. SAME in the chat box, or maybe S in the chat box. Okay, so that was our week 0. After that, we learned Linux, right? Why did we learn Linux? We already understood because as a DevOps engineer, you are going to deploy and manage application, right? Where? For that, you need server, correct? For that, you need server. And what we understood in the cloud, 90% servers are Linux, right? So when you're going to manage those applications on these servers, and those are Linux, right? So you need to understand what is Linux and how Linux works and what are the different commands you will be using for your application deployment and configuration and management. Right, guys? If clear, all good, type right or R in the chat box. Well, now, after that, we understood Git and GitHub. Why? You are a DevOps engineer, And when you are going to work in a big company, big organization, right? Then there will be hundreds of the people, right? You're going to work with them. And when you are doing your day-to-day job, you are going to write a lot of infrastructure as a code, application configuration code, script, and all those script you need to share with your team, right? So for that, you need a platform, and that's where we understood GitHub. And when you are working on your script, infrastructure as a code, or maybe configuration, there will be the multiple version, right? You did today something, tomorrow you are going to update it. And you also need to track the all version of it, right? For that, we have also learned a tool called Git, right? So this is version control system, right? And this helps us managing the different version of our code on local system. Guys, so far so all good. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Very good. Now, let's go and do a little bit more deep dive. Okay. So, how actually software development start? So, you know, right? So, at the end, as a DevOps engineer, you are going to manage the application and deploy the application. That is the thumb rule. This is what you are going to do. And for that, you have to provide so many things. We will understand one by one. Okay. And this is what we are going to understand. But to help different stages of the software development, right? You need to understand how software actually get developed, right? Guys, you agree with me? If you agree, type agree in the chat box. What is your role, right? As a DevOps engineer, you are going to manage the application, deploy the application, configure the application, and make sure application is running 24/7, right? So don't you think it's important for you to understand what is software development life cycle? What is how software get developed? So you will be able to use the right tool, right automation, right configuration, and most importantly, right best practices in place. Guys, you agree? Type capital A in the chat box. Perfect. So if you agree with me, we are on the same page. So this is what we are going to understand today. So we are going to understand today how DevOps evolve from traditional SDLC, traditional software development life cycle. And there was some problem, some challenges. Then we had new way of software development, and I am sure most of you heard about the Agile. So we look into the Agile. Then Agile itself really don't solve the problem. For that, we need a framework. So we are going to understand the Scrum framework. Then again, Scrum is the framework, but this whole framework need to put it somewhere. Okay. And for that, we need a tool. So we're going to look into the Jira tool. There is other tools available in the market as well. After that, we will understood, right? Okay, now you see, you know the software development life cycle, you know what is the agile way of software development, and you know the framework, you know the what tool you need to use, right? Then DevOps engineer, right, come into the picture, and you have to manage a lot of tool in this whole life cycle. So we will understand all these different life cycle. Okay, different tools that could be used in the different life cycle at the different stage of software development. And then everything need to be automated with continuous integration and continuous delivery and deployment. That is called CICD. So this is our agenda for today. And most importantly, today we are going to do 90 minutes of the breakout session. So you will be working in your team and you're going to really do some great work together with your co-mentor. Guys, if looks exciting, you are excited, type EX or excited in the chat box. Perfect. Guys, I need excitement from the everyone. You all guys are with me? Are you on the same page? Guys, please get rid of your all distraction, TVs, all social media, and please focus on my screen. If you are focused, type focus in the chat box and we will get started now. Perfect. Super. What a energy. Thank you so much. Okay. So let's, as I said, let's start with the first topic, SDLC. What is SDLC? SDLC is Software Development Life Cycle. Now let's understand how a software development starts and what are the different stages. So as I said, software development life cycle is called SDLC, and you will see this word will be used a lot in the industry. So SDLC. Now, all project, all software start with the brainstorming and setting some goal. So there will be some business person, business stakeholders, or maybe some owner of the any ideator. They want to develop a software. So that is the first step where couple of people, maybe one person, he sit and he try to visualize what he wanted to change in this world, what he wanted to bring something in this world that's going to help the humanity, that's going to help the people. And that's where we create software, right? So all software start with the brainstorming and setting up some goal. And this is the first step. Once this is done, then we need to go in more detail. That's called the requirement gathering and analysis and planning. So what actually happened here? Let's understand. So in this stage, this phase of the software development in requirement gathering, we identify business needs and objective. What exactly a business owner want to achieve? Then there will be the business analyst. You must be heard this name, right? So this business analyst, they go and meet with the business person or stakeholders, and they conduct interviews and survey. And based on these interviews and survey, they create functional and non-functional document. Functional and non-functional document. What is functional document or functional requirement? So you need, let's say, if you take example of the e-commerce platform, so I need sign up page, then I need sign in page, I need forget password page, I need all products should be listed on the dashboard. So this is the functional requirement. What is non-functional requirement? My application need to be high available. My application need to be fault tolerant. I need 99.9% SLA, service level agreement, right? So these are non-functional requirements. So business analyst will go and gather all these details. Then based on this, they will create SRS. What is SRS? SRS is software requirement specification. And once they create this software requirement specifications, let me change color of my pencil. They will again go to the business stakeholders and they will get the approval. So this is all happen in this phase, in the second phase of the software development. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Now, let me ask you, you understood all those things, right? So guess how many weeks or month in a month, how many months do we need in this phase? Any idea? Or maybe you have some experience. Do let me know in the chat box. How many months or days do we need in the requirement gathering phase of the software development lifecycle? 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months. What about others? Are you not able to guess? I have also know there is some experienced people. You have been in this phase of software development, right? You should have some idea. 2 months depends on the project. Yes, you are right. 1 to 3 months. So ideally it takes 2 to 5 months, 6 months depends. Okay, so we can take, let's say for example, 3 months. So what happening in the requirement gathering and the planning? We are spending 3 months of time. So guys, that's keep in mind. I'm going to ask in the future. So how many months? Everyone, let's assume 3 months. Okay, type 3 in the chat box. Super. Now what happened? We have out of this phase, right? What did we get? We get SRS, software requirement specification, and this is also approved by business stakeholder, right? Now we go for the design and architecture phase. What is design and architecture phase? What happened? In the design and architecture phase, we define system architecture. Will this application going to be monolith or it will be microservice? Microservice. What will be different component of this application? What will be different integration? Do we need payment gateway? Do we need integration with the SAP? Do we need, if this is a big enterprise, do we need single sign-on with the enterprise active directory or maybe some different identity service? So all this comes part of the architecture. Then there is UI and UX design. So UI and UX team, based on this SRS, they will go and design the wireframe, how this software going to looks like. There will be also database architect. What database architect will do? He is going to define schemas of tables. What will be relationships between different tables? Is play very important role in the big software. Then, as I said, again, different interface, different integration point, and all together, this is again get documented, and this is called technical document for the developer. What we call this? Technical document that is used by a developer. So now let me know in the chat box if you understood, all clear. So here, basically, if you try to classify in the broader category, so four way, right? One is the architect. You go and design the overall application architecture, right? Second is UI UX design, creating all wireframes, prototyping, database architect, right? And again, all integration interface. So how many months it will take? Give me some number in the chat box. 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, 4 to 6 months. It will take 3 months, 3 to 6 months. Perfect. Now you have some idea, right? You are right. So it will take around, as you said, okay, 3 to 6 months, 2 to 6 months, depends on the application and the software and the project. So let's assume here 4 months. So for the requirement gathering, we assume 3 months. And for the wireframe design architecture, we assume the 4 months. Okay. Well, now let's go to the next phase. Okay. What is next phase? Once we have the requirement ready, means SRS ready, then technical document for the developer is ready, right? Then actual development of application starts. Then what happens? Development team will set up the environment and the needed tools. They will start writing the backend logic and also developing the UI. they will also write very important things here. Unit test. What is unit test? I will cover in more detail later. And then also do the code reviews and refactoring, right? Now you know what is a code review, right? So when they write the code, then this code need to be reviewed by their peers, maybe take leads, right? Make sure code is written well and there is no code as mail, there's no security issues, they're following all best practices, right? So all together, then okay, in development phase, basically they make sure your application is ready for the production. Okay. So now imagine and let me know how many months it will take. Testing a small feature. 3 months, 1 to 2 months. Guys, this takes a lot of time. Okay. Development takes a lot of time. Okay. So sometimes, okay, 4 to 1 year. Okay. Even 2 years. Because we do heavy development there. Okay. So we'll just assume 6 months. Okay. So here, 3 months, 4 months, then for the development, 6 months. Right? Now it goes to the next phase in the testing. So what happened in the testing? Testing phase, developer develop the test case, right? Then test team, they go and perform the integration testing, system testing. They also create the user acceptance criteria. They go ahead and try to do rigorous testing of the software and try to identify some bugs, some issues. If they find some bugs and issues, then they will report back to the developer. They will again fix it. So there will be a small iteration between the development and the testing. And again, this takes around 1 to 2 months, it depends. Okay. So let's assume 2 months, here 6 months, here 4 months, here 3 months. And then we have the final stage where it go into the deployment phase where application goes to the production environment. So what happened in the deployment environment? We will have the administrators, right? It's called basically system administrator. Admins, they will create servers, they will create database, they create network, and they deploy this application in the production environment, or maybe if also needed, UAT environment or pre-prod environment. So they will also set up that environment as a UAT. Okay. Then we'll have the prod environment. Then there will be the final software validation and also a smoke test to make sure everything's working as expected. And here again, it takes around 2 to 3 months. So let's assume 2 months, and then it's go into the maintenance phase. So in maintenance phase, there will be the operation team, ops team. They will start monitoring your applications, logs. There is performance issues. They will report back to the developer. Okay. And over the time, there will be the new feature development. Okay. So in new feature development, new features will be added to the software and development team do that. Now let's see how many months is taking to see the final version of the application, right? So it was 2 months, 3 months, it was 4 months, then 6 months, 2 months, and now we see here our application going to be live, right? So altogether, how many months we are spending to make sure first version of the software can be seen by the business person or maybe the end user. Around 17 months. I hope you have done this calculation, right? Now imagine when we are doing the software development, right? It's taking around 17 months. So a person who wants the software or the user is going to use the software, they can see the first version or maybe live of the application, right? So this is what happened. This is how this software development life cycle goes. Okay. Now, what is the problem here? These some issues, some challenges. We look into that. Okay. But if you understood, okay, here, this is very sequential process, right? So we are doing the requirement gathering. Then you are doing the design and architecture. Then it's go to the coding, testing, deployment. Then it goes to the maintenance. So here, can we skip any of the steps? Can we skip this design and architecture? No, we cannot, right? Can we skip the deployment? Not at all, right? These all are interlinked, right? And it has to go in step by step, right? So here, this whole software development process is called waterfall model. Why this is called waterfall model? Because let's imagine if this is the stairs, right? If you take a bucket of the water, put on the top stair, right? Your water will flow step by step, right? Your water will from here will not directly go to the here, right? It goes step by step. So that's how water flow from the stairs, right? So because of that, this is called as waterfall model, right? Because each steps need to be done before going to the next steps. Guys, if this is clear, type water in the chat box or maybe waterfall in the chat box. Perfect. So what we did, we understood what is the different stages and phase of the software development, right? And this process of software development is called waterfall model. We understood why. Now let's look into some keys points of this waterfall model. So first point is, this is the sequential approach, right? As we understood. So we cannot go to another phase without completing the first phase, right? What is the another key points? Is easy for management, right? It looks quite simple. So here, if you see in the requirement analysis, we are creating SRS, right? Then once SRS is ready, it will go to the architect, right? Then architect know what exactly they need to design, what exactly the UI will looks like, correct? So they will create the technical document, right? This will go to the developer. Also developer know what they need to develop, right? So this is very easy to manage. Okay. So this approach, in this approach is very easy to manage and do the software development. What is next? Limited flexibility. Why this limited flexibility? Now let's go back and understand this, and this is very, very important. So imagine here, business stakeholder, he given the requirement to the business analyst, okay? And business analyst got the information, and based on that, she is created SRS, right? Then this SRS given to the architect team, and they have created technical document. And here we had the 2 month, 3 month, right? We are completing this architecture and design. We have passed the 5 month, and then business person says, "Hey, something need to be changed as well." Something came into the mind, right? So what happened again, right? The business analyst need to go back again, ask the requirement, gather the requirement, and update the SRS, right? Again, same things need to be done by the architect teams as well, right? So this is less flexible because again, you have to do everything from the beginning, right? Now imagine if you are in, let's say, in the deployment phase, right? Then maybe something has been missed by the architect team, right? So maybe some of the integration, they have missed it. They have not incorporated, right? And we are doing the application deployment. Now imagine we have already passed 10 months, right? Again, we have to do everything, right? Again, they need to go and redesign the architecture, right? Again, coding need to be done, testing need to be done, right? Then this will go in the deployment phase. Guys, you agree? Are you on the same phase? Type same in the chat box. Well, so these are some key points. So what are some challenges? So there are some challenges with the waterfall model. First is less flexible. We understood very well. Okay. Delay in the feedback, right? So as I said, in this model, so business owner or maybe end user who is going to consume this software, right? They are going to see the software after 17 months, correct? So there is delay feedback, right? So if business owner need to give some feedback, right? He's giving feedback after 17 months, right? It's around 2 years. What is the next challenge? Long delivery cycle. You already understood, right? It takes around 17 months. We have took very rough numbers. What's another problem? Difficult to manage uncertainty. What do I mean by uncertainty? So if you see here, right? If something goes wrong in any of this phase, right, then you have to redo everything, right? So this is very, very less flexible, right? So it's very hard to maintain the quality, correct? Now, next is there is the less collaboration, limited collaboration, right? As we've seen in each phase, different teams working separately, right? They have some standard. So business analyst create SRS, right? Architect team create the technical document. Now, of course, development team is self creating the code, right? They're creating the test case, right? They're creating the production environment, right? So here, none of the team working together. They're just creating the document. They're handing over the document to the different teams, right? So there is less collaboration. Okay. Now imagine all done. Okay. All good. After that, to maintain this whole this software, right? So we basically need two teams. Let me go back once again here on this image. So here, once application software development is done, right, then it's go into the maintenance team, right? And once software is deployed, then architect is not needed anymore. Business analyst is not needed anymore. Testing teams maybe not needed, or maybe one person needed if some feature is coming, right? And again, deployment team not needed. So only we have the maintenance team. And who is the maintenance team? Operation team and the developers, right? Developer. They will remain in this entire software development life cycle. Why? Because they are going to maintain the software, right? And they are going to add some new features or maybe going to fix some bugs. Guys, are you on the same page? Time same in the chat box. So I'm trying to simplify this. Okay, so this looks like something like this, right? So here to run this application, we have the development teams, right? They are writing the code, okay, building, testing, okay. Then this is going to deploy, and this will be maintained by the operation team. Okay, so in this whole software development life cycle, we will have the two teams. One will be the development team, another will be the operation team. Please keep this image in mind because we're going to use this a lot to understand different tools and different steps in DevOps. Okay, so this is very simplified image. Guys, so far so all clear? Type capital clear in the chat box. Well, so we have seen there is some challenges, some problem with waterfall model, right? So is there is better way of software development, software delivery? Yes, there is. And that's where agile way of software development come into the existence. What is agile? As a simple meaning of the agile in the English is what? Quick, right? Easily, correct? So agile is quick way of software development. Okay, we'll go into the details, but here agile means quick and easy, right? So now let's understand in the details, okay, what is goal of the Agile? What exactly Agile bring in this software development life cycle? So Agile has some goal. Please try to understand, okay? So Agile deliver useful working software quickly rather than taking 17 months, right? So no 17 months. So what Agile say? In Agile, you will deliver useful software with minimum feature as quick as you can. So here in the Agile way of software development, speed matters. They simply say delay equals to loss of opportunity. If you are taking 17 months to develop a software, right, you are doing a lot of the opportunity lost. So delay equals to opportunity lost. Now let's understand the very simple example. You all people are on the social media, right? So when Instagrams comes with the feature of the reels, right? Create a short video and publish it. And if you notice, within a month and 1.5 months, 2 months, Facebook comes with the story. YouTube comes with the shorts, right? Because if they will keep doing this planning for the 17 month, right, then Instagram will go far, far ahead in this whole segment, right? So speed is really matters what Agile say. Okay, this is goal of the Agile. Now, okay, you have to deliver useful working software as quick as you can. Speed is matter, but Agile also say quality is the key. Speed is useless if software doesn't work. So you have to make sure software is working. Software is working, okay? So quality is important along with your speed and useful feature of the software. Now, how to achieve both speed and quality? Now must be thinking, okay, Praveen, all good, all looks nice, right? Now, in Agile, how do we achieve this? Okay, so Agile say in very simple language, a small, frequent release instead of a big launch. Try to understand this. In waterfall model, what we did, we took around 17 months to deliver full working version of the software, right? But Agile say no, do a small frequent release. Means if your software has, let's say, 10 features and some of them is, let's say, sign up, then register, sorry, sign in, right? Forget password, okay? Then go ahead, develop this feature and release it. Then go and do the sign up and release it, okay? So go ahead, show the business owner, hey, now you can able to sign up. Your user will be able to sign up to your software. After maybe some days, can go and say, hey, now your user will be able to sign in because they have already signed up. Now they can sign in. After maybe a couple of more days, maybe weeks, you can go and say, okay, now they can also reset their password. Okay, so this is called a small and frequent release. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Well, now here we understood what is goal of the Agile. Now let's understand Agile way of software development. So what Agile say, Agile way of software development is, okay, one important thing, guys, let me repeat here, okay? So when we say the goal of Agile and what we have seen so far, this is not only for the software. Agile used in everywhere, okay, in all industries, not just about the software. Please keep in mind. Okay, now we are especially going to talk about how to deliver software in Agile way. So Agile is the outcome-driven approach, as we understood. Okay, focus on delivering value to the customer quickly and continuously improve it. Agile, in Agile way of software development, okay, this is way of working. Agile help team work smarter, adopt feedback quickly, and iterate it. Now, try to understand this. So in the waterfall model, right, we took 17 months. Why? Because we've gone step by step. What Agile way of software development is, you work, okay, you go ahead and get the requirement from the business stakeholders, okay, then do the development and then deliver this feature, the business development, and get the quick feedback. Agile is a set of value and principle. Agile has 4 core values. I'm going to explain in some time, and they have some principles. So it's all these values and principles focus on 2 things. First is the people and collaboration. Because it brings every people, business stakeholder, architect, developer, tester, system administrator at the one place. So using this value and principle, we bring all people, Agile bring all people on the same platform, so we can deliver software as quick as you can. So now if you see, when company was taking 17 months, it means now it's also try to change the culture of the organization. It's try to build the trust. It's try to bring the transparency and continuous improvement rather than delivering a software at a once. And altogether, this is the mindset. So Agile is the all about flexibility, collaboration, and delivering the value. Guys, so far, so all clear, all good. Type capital good in the chat box. Perfect. Now we say, now you see, okay, now we have seen it, right? So Agile, how do we deliver software with the Agile way, right? So it is just about the mindsets, right? So if this is about the mindset, how do we actually implement this in the real project? At least you should be able to visualize this, right? In the waterfall model, right? In the waterfall model, we have the different stages, right? We are gathering the requirement, we have been designing, right? We have been developing, testing, deploying, and maintaining. But I mean, okay, in the Agile way, right? How actual we are going to deliver the software, right? So Agile just gives you the way of software development, but to bring this in the practice, we need to use a framework. And they are the different framework, and one of them is the Scrum framework. Now let's understand how Scrum frameworks help us in software development. So in real world, Scrum is basically help in the 4 things, right? Okay, it help in the 4 things. So as of now, if you were able to understand, right, in this previous waterfall model, so there are some people, they are doing some work with certain way. Let me repeat. So in the waterfall model, right, there were the different peoples, right? They're performing some set of tasks, right? And they have some way, right? They're going in the sequence here, correct? So that's how they were delivering the software, correct? Now, how do we do in the Agile way using the Scrum? So that's what Scrum tried to help you. Scrum help us who is responsible for what. Now we need to know, right? Who is going to gather the business requirement? Who is going to design the architecture? Who is going to test it? Who is going to deploy it? It also helps us how to organize your work. So a Scrum framework going to help you. How do you organize your work? And how do you track the software development? How you track the progress? And it's also ensure that how do you deliver continuous value? And for that, a Scrum has 4 structure, and this is called for who is responsible for what. And there is the Scrum role. There will be some person, they're going to take some roles, they're going to play some role to make sure who is going to do what. How do you organize your work? For that, there's a Scrum artifact. How do you track the progress? For that, we have the Scrum event. And how do we ensure we are delivering the value continuously? For that, we have the sprint and the feedback loop. So, what is a Scrum? A Scrum basically give the structure. A Scrum give the structure to the Agile. How? Defining these roles, defining these artifacts, defining these different events, okay? And also sprint and the feedback loop. We will understand in a moment. Guys, so far, so if this clear, type clear in the chat box. You able to understand, right? Sumit, are you sleeping? No. Okay, good. Right? So if you see in the waterfall model, right, we had some roles, right? There was the work, right? Different roles doing the different work, right? So that also need to define, right? And how they are doing step by step. This team do these things. Once they're done, they do this team do the that things. This team do the that things, right? There was the some event, right? So now what happened here? Scrum give the structure to the Agile. Are you able to relate, guys? I hope you are able to relate it, right? Perfect. Now let's summarize what is a Scrum, okay, in one line. So a Scrum is the lightweight framework that help people, team, and organization to generate value through adaptive solution for the complex problem. Okay. Now instead of delivering software in the 17 month, we are going to deliver software in the 2 weeks. Yes, literally, we're going to deliver a working feature of the software in the 2 weeks. Okay. How do we do that? Now let's understand. Guys, please focus. Now try to understand. I'm going to explain this everything in one image. So guys, you are focused. You are with me. Type focus in the chat box. Let's try to put everything what we understand here. Okay. A Scrum role, artifacts, event, sprint all together. So it will fit into your mind. Okay, let's understand this. Okay. For time being, let's forget about this small image. So what happened? Let's imagine there is the business stakeholder and he has idea. Okay. He has idea. Okay. Now with this idea, he want to develop a software. So what Agile say? Agile say, okay, you are the business owner. Okay. And maybe you have the multiple ideas, right? Then you go ahead and hire a product owner who will own this particular product. Go ahead and have a product owner who will own this product, and he know all about this product, this software. As you see, name suggests product owner. So what product owner do? So once this person go and hire this product owner will go and do some discussions with him, a small discussions, okay, maybe on the lunch, on the coffee, okay, for some snacks, he will meet, he will try to understand what exactly this idea is. And based on this idea, he will try to create the product backlog. Means, example, so he says, okay, I want to develop the e-commerce platform, and for that, I need a sign up page. I need a sign in page. I need a, let's say again, forget password, and I need a dashboard. Okay, so they made for the lunch or coffee. They have discussed they need these 4 things, okay, for this product. So what this called? This is called product backlog. Guys, if this is clear, type PB in the chat box. Product backlog, PB in the chat box. Okay. Then Agile again guides this business owner. Now you have the product owner, right? He understands your products. You can explain him. Then you also need another person who will be the Scrum Master. What is a Scrum Master? So a Scrum Master is going to make sure this product backlog will be delivered in a working as a valuable product or as a working function. Okay, so a Scrum Master will ensure, okay, based off this based off this backlog, okay, one working version of the software, okay, of the software will be available to you. Okay, so this will be the Scrum Master responsibility. What a Scrum Master will do? A Scrum Master will, okay, let's go a little bit further. Okay, then also, as I'll say, then you need a development team. In this development team, you need a couple of people, maybe one developer, one tester, maybe one operation guy, one architect. So based on your needs, we need 4 to 5 people for the software development. Now, this is all the roles in. So if you go back on this slide, right? So what Scrum say, not this slide, this slide. So what Scrum say? So who is responsible for what? So this is decided by Scrum roles. And what are the different roles in the Scrum? Product owner, Scrum Master, and Dev team. Guys, this is clear. Type clear in the chat box. So what product owner do? They create the product backlog. Okay. What development team do? Development team develop the software. Okay. Deploy the software, test the software. And what a Scrum Master do? A Scrum Master organize all the tasks of the development team. Okay. And make sure they are delivering the working software. Now, how all this happen? Then there is called the sprint planning. There is called a sprint planning. A sprint planning. What is a sprint? In simple terms, right? You heard this word. Sprint means, okay, I'm going to do 100-meter sprint. I'm going to do 200-meter sprint. Means quickly you are running, right? Quickly you are completing some task. That's called a sprint, right? So similar, sprint is a duration in the Scrum, okay? And this duration is 2 to 4 weeks, depends on you. So Scrum Master decide what is the sprint. When you are doing the 100-meter race, right? Someone decided this is a 100-meter sprint. This is 200-meter sprint you need to run, right? Here Scrum Master decide what will be your sprint. This is for the 2 weeks or 3 weeks or the 4 weeks, right? So what we do the sprint planning. When you're running for the 100-meter, so what you're doing, you're running for 100-meter, right? So I'm preparing, right? Similar, we do the sprint planning. In the sprint planning, we will take task from the product backlog and create a user story. What a user story? So this product from the product backlog, we have the sign up page, right? So sign up page, this idea will break into the small user stories, right? So first things, what do we need? We need the wireframe, right? Then we need the code. We need the database for that, right? Data will get stored, right? Then we need to test it. So now you see we have the 4 user story, right? Designing the wireframe, doing the coding, then testing, then deploying, right? So we will have, let's say, 4 user story, okay? So what happened in the sprint planning meeting? We decide, okay, we are going to work, we pick this product backlog, we create the user story, and then we say, okay, now these user stories are our sprint backlog. Backlog means this is something we need to complete. This is in my backlog, right? So now this 4 user story, let me change color of my pencil. So now this 4 user story, right? This will become the sprint backlog. Okay. And now let's imagine if you decided our sprint is for 3 weeks. Our sprint is for the 3 weeks. Then this whole team going to work on this 4 story throughout this sprint. Now, what is happen? Then all this team, including, try to understand, including a Scrum Master, product owner, and all these software teams, tester, developer, architect, they will do the daily stand-up. What is daily stand-up? Daily stand-up is the 15 minutes meetings where all people come and they discuss what they did yesterday. They have any blockers or showstoppers? If not, all good. What you're going to do today, that's all. Only 3 things. What you did yesterday, what you're going to do today, do you have any blockers and showstoppers? If yes, from whom do you need the help? Okay, so they discuss in and make sure they are on track. They are able to deliver these sign up backlogs, what they have discussed, right? What they have agreed. And there is some problem, some challenges. So a Scrum Master going to help them out. And end of the sprint, end of the 3 weeks, okay, we will have the sign up page ready. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. I'll go a little bit in more detail, the roles of all these people. This is very, very important for you to understand as a DevOps engineer, because you are going to play very important role in this whole software development life cycle. Now, mostly almost 70% company do the agile way of software development, and you will be part of this team. You will be part of this team, and you play very important role. So that's why you need to understand all these roles, artifacts, and the event. Guys, if this is clear, super clear, I see capital clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, shall we do a little bit more deep dive? If yes, type yes in the chat box. Okay. Now, a little bit deep dive to make sure you really understand all these things very well. Okay. So let's go one by one. Okay. So we have 4 people. Sorry, three. We have the 3 things, right, in the Scrum, right? One is the role. Then we have the artifacts. Then we have the event, right, guys? Then in the Scrum, we have the product owner. What is task of the product owner? So product owners on the product's backlog. He or she create the priority and maintain the product backlogs item. He or she define the product vision, what exactly they are going to achieve. He or she manage the business stakeholders and all communication. It acts as bridge between stakeholders and the development team. And it's accept and reject the work. So if you see here, right? So when this team is working and they are, let me change color of my pencil. And end of this sprint, when they are delivering the value, Then he or she makes sure the user story, what they were working from the product backlog, this is acceptable. So that is the role of the product owner. Sorry, this is screen. Now we have the Scrum Master. What a Scrum Master do? A Scrum Master facilitate Scrum ceremonies like daily stand-ups, sprint planning. This also sprint review. So end of the sprint, we do the sprint review where we sit and see what exactly we did. Then we also do retrospect. Retrospect means what happened good, what could be improved, and what could be better. So again, this is responsibility of the Scrum Master. A Scrum Master also remove there is any issues, there's any blockers that's slowing down the development. It also coaches agile practice to the team. So in the team, people will be new. They don't know what is the artifact, what is the event. It also teaches, okay, all these principles. And it protects team. So when they are working in a small team, it's also protect no other people coming and taking their team members. And they are focused and delivering the value. Now we have the developer itself. Who are the developers? You already know. So they deliver the product, right? They design, code, test working feature of each sprint. They also estimate their task. So when we have created the user story, we estimate how many hours you are going to take to complete this task. They also own the quality. They are going to make sure the code what they are writing, the testings what they are doing, they are meeting the expectation. They work in the collaborative team. They work all together and try to meet the sprint goal. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Okay. Now there is another role as well. DevOps engineer, okay, that we will understand later. Now let's go to the artifact, do a little bit more deep dive. So we have the product backlog. What is product backlog? As I said, product backlog is the master list of the requirement. So all requirement has the priorities. It could be enhancement, it could be bug fixes, or could be technical work of the project. So all this owned by the product owner. And this product backlog is not one time. As I said, right? So product owner go and meet with the business stakeholders, right? And they gather requirement step by step, right? So all this product backlog evolve over time. They also go ahead and create the user story and also feed the sprint with the high priority. She or he tell what is the priority for the next sprint, what we need to deliver, and what business owner is asking. Then we have the sprint backlog. So again, sprint backlog is similar to the product backlog, but this is specific to the sprint. So out of one of the product backlog, we create different story. And again, we do everything for the specific sprint. Then we have the increment. So what is increment? So increment is a working product version. So as I given the example, so it was, let's say, sign up page, right? So what is the sign up page? Sign up page is the one increment. So we have to develop the whole software, right? So one increment is the sign up page. Then will be the sign in page, forget password, product dashboard, inventory, order, checkout, right? So these are a small increment, right? So increment is the working product version, right? And this is potentially a shippable part of your whole product. And it has definition of done. Okay, so product owner decide, okay, what means how this should looks like. Okay, so this is called increment. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, what is a different event? So event is, that's how we, okay, event is event, right? Means we have the different event, right? First year event, right? We have the festival event. So again, we have the events in the Scrum. So what these event are? One of them is the sprint. We already understood, right? So sprint is the time boxed, fixed time box, basically 1 to 4 weeks. Okay. So depends on your team capability and the increment, right? If you want to just deliver the sign up page, right? Maybe your sprint will be for the 2 weeks. But if you need to deliver the whole dashboard, right? Your sprint could be for the 4 weeks, right? So sprint is the time box time frame where we develop the software. Okay. This is the focused goal. So one sprint has the sprint goal. We decide what exactly we are going to deliver as a team. So once we decide the sprint goal, we do the sprint planning. So technically, we don't do any changes. So this is all about sprint. Then what is another event is sprint planning. So in sprint planning, where we kick off the sprint, we create the sprint goal. Team and the product owner, we decide what we are going to deliver. We again go ahead and select the any product backlog and create the user story out of that backlog. And then again, we break down this product backlog in small stories. So this is all we do in the sprint planning. Guys, so far, so all good, all clear, type clear in the chat box. Then we have the daily Scrum. We already understood this is 15-minute time boxed meeting where every people, product owner, Scrum master, and the teams meet together. Now, people try to understand. It's very important, right? If you imagine in the waterfall model, right? So, product owner, sorry, the business stakeholder, he was seeing the application after 17 months, right? Now, here in the Agile, we are delivering the small working version of the application just in the 2 weeks, right? So, here, this sorry, let me go back to the previous screen, right? So here in the, just give me a moment. So here in the Scrum, right, we are focused to deliver the value. Okay, okay, and in in the daily Scrum, as I said, sorry, in the daily stand-up, so we always ask 3 questions, okay? What was done yesterday? What plans for today? Of if you have any blockers and the showstoppers, or you may need help from someone else. Then we have the sprint review. So end of the your sprint, again, this is part of your sprint itself, okay? So all people sits and they discuss what we have did, okay? And did we meet our sprint goal, what we have set up? So this we do in the sprint review. And then we have again the retro aspect. In the retro aspect, as I said, we reflect what we did good, what could be done better. So these are the different part of the Scrum that give a structure to the Agile. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. These are the roles, these are the artifacts, and these are the different events. Perfect. Now, as I mentioned, Scrum has the principles and it has the pillars. Okay. So, Scrum has one important pillar called the transparency. Transparency means if you see, we are working in a very small team, right? So everyone work is visible to everyone. right? It's not something after the 4 month, 5 month, right? We are creating the document, and this document we are giving to some team. So here transparency is important because everyone work is visible. We should have the common understanding. We should do the open communication, and we have the shared artifact, and we should promote the trust. So this is the important pillar of the Scrum. So Scrum says, okay, everything should be transparent. It also say inspect. So regularly keep checking what's going well. There's any problem, fix it well ahead of time instead of fixing after 6 months, after 10 months. So we fix problem within a days, within a week. Again, it's data driven. So we know what we promised, what we're supposed to deliver, and what we are delivering. So inspect is one of the important pillars of the Scrum. Then next is adapt. If something is not working well, then change it. Something is working well, then enforce it. Okay, respect it and do it. Again, it has some values. Okay, let's not spend that much time here. Openness, focus, commitment, courage, and the respect. So it's very, if you understand, it's itself give the meanings. So when you are in the Scrum meeting, when you are part of the Scrum team, then be open. If you're not able to deliver the value, not able to work on the project, you can say, I'm not able to deliver, I'm not able to work, I'm facing these problems. You should be focused. Everyone focus on the one thing, on sprint goal, commitment, because everyone play very important role there. It's not very big team. So everyone need to be focused on their own responsibilities. And you should have the courage. If something is not working, commit it. It's not working. If you need help from someone, you can ask, I need help from that person. And respect each other. Because in a team, you see people from the different background working together. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's put all this together. Maybe you can take a screenshot of it. Okay. So if you see, a Scrum frameworks is explained in this whole picture. Okay. So Scrum has all these values. Okay. It has all these pillars. And all together, we try to deliver the working product to the business stakeholders. How do we do that? We have the different business stakeholders, right? And with this business stakeholders, product owners go and create the product backlog. Then we have the sprint planning, where we try to set the sprint goal. Then all people work together and try to deliver the value. Then we do the sprint review, and something is not working good, we can go and again put in the product backlog. Okay. Then we do the retrospect. Then we deliver one working version of the application. Then again, after 3 weeks, we do the another sprint planning. Okay. Guys, if this is clear, type capital clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's quickly recap what we have did so far. So what we have understood, okay, we understood software development life cycle, and one of them is waterfall model. There were some problems, some challenges, right? And that's where Agile came into the existence, okay? Then again, what is Agile? Agile has some set of principles, some values, and most importantly, this is the mindset, right? And of course, this mindset is not going to help you deliver the software, right? For that, we need a framework, right? So that's where we understood a Scrum framework, and a Scrum framework has the different structure, right? They have the role, artifact, and the different events. Now, as of now, still, right? This role, this artifact, this planning, where do we do that? For that, we need a tool. And there are the different tools available to use this Scrum framework, okay? So you can use Jira board, you can use the Kanban, and also Azure board. So putting these everything together, product backlog, sprint planning, your sprint goal, creating a user story, everything. To doing this everything, what do we need? We need a tool. And for that, we have the different tools. Okay. So we need to understand any of these tools. So today we are going to understand Jira tool. And this is one of the industry widely used software. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. You are able to relate all the concepts. Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now what I'm going to do, okay, okay. Now Jira we will understand from the practically. So let's go ahead and create the Jira account. So let me bring my browser here. And then I need our email ID. Okay. And let me do one thing. So here, this is good time to introduce our assignments. Okay. And let me walk you through the Udemy where you are and what we are going to do. So you will have clear picture of it. Let's go here. Okay. So guys, currently we are in the DevOps life cycle, right? And then here we have the 4 assignments. Okay. So assignment number 10, 11, 12, and 13. So what is the first assignment? Okay. First assignment is creating the Jira account and setting up your profile. Okay. So here in this, as I said, in this assignment, you are going to create the Jira account, log in, and you need to set up the profile, and then you will be doing rest of the assignment. And one of these assignments we are going to do together today. Okay, assignment number 13 in a team. So let's start the assignments. We start the assignments, and here I have given the steps. Okay, you have to open this link to create the Jira account. So let me copy this. And let's go here, paste this and hit the enter. Okay. Now here we can, if you have the company email ID, you can give the company email ID. If not, you can click on the Google or Microsoft. Okay. So here I'm going to click on the Google. Okay. Let me take the screenshot of it. Okay. Then we are okay. So click on the Google. And this is asking for the email ID. Okay. And for that, I'm going to use the different email ID. Okay, let me use this one. mail@praveenmisra.in. But I think it's going to sign in password over here. Let's see if I remember this password. Okay, great. I need to authenticate it. Give me a moment. As follow all these steps, you need to do this eventually. Okay, asking for the phone number. So give me a moment. Let me put my phone number. I got the code. Let me put my code here and I'll bring the screen to you. Code is okay. Now let me bring this. Okay. I given the code, it's asking to the continue here. Now here we see this page. Okay, and now it's going to ask, okay, create your site on the Jira platform. So it's calling me to use your site name. So it could be Praveen Misra, then Atlassian.net. Okay, it's fine. Let me use this one. Let me take a screenshot of it and create this. Now it's asking what kind of work you are going to do. So we can select the different work, right? You see the project management, marketing, IT support, human resource, legal, sales, data science, right? So you see this could be used for the different purpose. But here we are going to use for the software development. So I'm going to select the software development. Again, let me take the screenshot because I want to add this in the Udemy. And delete, go for the software development. Then why do we want to use it, right? We want to run the sprint. Okay, then continue. And then it's asking first things about your project name. All right, so let me give this project name called mini finance. And again, I will take the screenshot and get started. Okay, then what type of work do you want to do? So we are going to create everything's, okay, and go to the next. Okay, how do you want to track? So here we can set the different stages of your task. Okay, so to do, in progress, review, and done. Okay, so let me take again a screenshot of this and finish this. It will take some time because now this is setting this praveenmisra.atlassian.net on their cloud, Jira cloud. Okay, so this is the cloud environment. Guys, so far, so all clear, all good? Type good in the chat box. And of course, you can go ahead and look into that. Okay, they have a lot of good information, but let me minimize this. I do not need it. Now this is done. And next, what you need to do, you have to go and set up your profile. And this is part of your task. Let me show you here. Okay, so if you go here, okay, you have to verify, create the account. Okay, verify your account, then set up your profile, full name, picture, roles, what you're going to do. Okay, then explore the dashboard. Okay, and you have to submit your assignment. Okay, so here I can go and set my profile. You see, this already took the image from my account. You can go type your job title, department, organization, location, email ID. Okay, so you have to do all those things. So this is your one of the task. So let me go back here. Okay, and here. So this is your first task. Okay, guys, so far so all good, all clear. Type clear in the chat box. So what we did now, so we have completed your first assignment. We created the Jira account, right? Now we are going to set up the Scrum in the Jira for our mini finance. So this is our next project. Okay, so let me open this. Okay, so in Jira Fury, we are going to create the team-managed Scrum. Then we are going to create the project, enable the estimate. We will create the epics, story, task, and everything. So this is your second assignments. Now let's follow this. Okay, so first things first, you need to create the project. So let's go ahead. Okay. I need to minimize this. Okay. Here, how do you create project? So you see, I have already created project here, mini finance, right? But if you want to create new project, you click here, then here you can give the new project name. Okay. Wait, create. Why I cannot create multiple projects? Let's do one thing. Okay, I'm here. You can create project from here. Click here. Okay, create new project. And then here you need to select the different template. Okay, so here a general service management or IT service, you can select this one. Again, it's going to ask, okay, okay, yes, you need to go through it, then go to the next. If you have already account, then you're going to follow these steps. It's going to set up everything for us, but we have already one project. Okay, so we'll look into that only. Anyways, this is taking some time, right? So let me close this. Okay, and let me bring, I have the another one. And here we have the different settings for the when you do it. Okay, so let me bring my original one, which I have created for you people. Okay, so let me go back. So if you want to create, okay, so let me make a screen a little bit smaller. So here we have the project. You can go ahead and click on the create project. Okay, you see here different Scrum or blank or Kanban project management. So you can select the Scrum. Okay, then let's make it a small. You can use the this default template. Use the template. Then here's the team managed. And guys, let me show you. So here you have to create the project, right? So this steps is given over here. Okay. So team managed, select this one. Okay. Can give the name here. Let's give them the demo. You have to give the key. It will take automatically. Then access. Or you want to make it public, private, or limited. Let's make it the private and create the project. So this is your first task here. Okay. Creating the project. Then we are going to create the epic. What is the epic? Okay. It's asking to want to bring the new people. Not, I'm going to work alone. Okay. And now you see I have the demo project, right? But here I have created the mini finance. So I'm going to use the mini finance. Okay. Anyways, let's do this one only. Okay. Now, second things, what you need to do, you need to create the epic. Okay. What is the epic? Epic is the bigger goal of your product backlog. Okay. So how you can think like this. So let's say sign up, sign in, forget password, right? So this could be one epic. Okay. So epic is the bigger working version of your application. So that is called epic. So basically here we start with the epic and epic will have the different backlog. So let's go back here. And to create this, first you need to go in the backlog. And here you see the epic. Okay. Click here and here toggle this. Okay. Then you'll see create the epic. Click on create epic. And here I'm going to give name as, let's give this name SIG and sign up and sign in. Okay. So this is my one epic. So hit the enter. Okay. And now within this, we are going to create a different story. Let's go back to the our task. So here what we did, we have created the our backlog. Okay. So you need to select that. In this backlog, we are going to create the, okay, in this epic, we are going to create the different backlog. And for that, I have created different user story. Okay. So you're going to select this one by one. So let's select this update sites header. And here, this guys look into that. Okay. So now here, what we have selected, this epic, and within this epic, we are going to create our backlog. Okay. So here is our backlog. Just click here and put this one backlog and create. Let's select one more, scroll down, primary button. copy this, create another one, done. So what you see, we have created 2 backlog. Now, if you select this backlog, okay, now let's do something like this. Now let's say this backlog we want to put in our first sprint. Okay, so from here you can drag this, it will, okay, it will go in your sprint 1, right? Again, drag this in your sprint 2. Sprint 2. Now here we are going to add some user story. So open this. Okay, now this becomes the user story. So this, we have the 2 product backlog. We are brought this backlog into the sprint. Now here we can go ahead and add some description. Okay, so you need to select this, add some description. We can go ahead and copy description from here. Let me scroll up. Let me copy this. Now what we are saying create top header, mini finance, a simple personal budget. Okay, so we need to change the header of this. So let's go ahead, and then each user story has the acceptance criteria. Okay, so here what is acceptance criteria? This is the acceptance criteria. Let me copy this and paste here. Okay, anyways, I need to copy this one as well, and let's understand this. Let's go ahead and put it here. Okay, so let's understand this. So who create description of this user story? Let me know in the chat box. This will be created by no. So user story description will be created by the product owner. Okay, so product owner really understand, okay, what is the product, what they're expecting out of this backlog, right? Okay, so let me clarify this. So product backlog is created by the product owner. Okay, and user story will be even created by the product owner, or even maybe by the Scrum master. Okay, or even developer can create it. But now imagine when we are doing the sprint planning. In sprint planning, we have the product backlog, right? If product backlog is the very big feature, then what we do is we split into the small part, right? So if product owner is doing, she or he can go ahead and write the description and write the acceptance criteria. Now you see here, acceptance criteria is very important. And who know acceptance criteria? This is known by the product owner, right? So product owner go and write the acceptance criteria, but this user story will be created by even product owner, by the Scrum masters while doing the Scrum planning, or even a developer can also create it. Okay, there's no hard and fast rule, but in the systematic environment, this should be done by the product owner. Okay, and especially this acceptance criteria will be decided by the product owner. Now, what's they are saying? Change the header mini finance. If you see in the mini finance project, we have the only mini finance, right? We are going to add one small line, simple personal budget tracker as well on that header. Okay, then what is the acceptance criteria? Acceptance criteria is when anyone open the home page, then they can see exactly, okay, mini finance simple personal budget tracker on the top. Okay, and once you do that, then you have to deploy also application I want to see on the real environment. Okay, so deploy on EC2 instance, then check on the URL. So this is the acceptance criteria. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Okay, we can go ahead, save this. Now here, if you are working in a team, we need to assign. Okay, so here I'm going to assign myself because I'm only here. Then we can go ahead and give the different labels. Okay, so is this backend? Is this a front end? Is this database? Or this user story for the DevOps, right? We can go ahead and create the different label, and that label we can use for this user story, right? So if you see here, what I did here, I've assigned to myself, right? And now label is the DevOps, okay? And scroll down, one important things I wanted to show you here. Okay, now this is the report you are going to report to me, right? And then here we have the user story points. Okay, what is the user story point? User story point is the number. Okay, and this number is basically your estimates. Okay, how long this is going to take to complete this user story. It could be 1 day. Okay, it could be in a day or could be in the hours. It's completely depend on the Scrum Master how he want to facilitate this. Okay, so some teams use day, some teams use hours. So let's say if you have decided our all estimates will be in the day, so we can put the day, right? So in the sprint planning, what happened? So we do the anonymous votes. Okay, so we say okay, now let's say this is the user story and we need to develop this. So everyone let us know how many days you are going to take it. So everyone go ahead and put their numbers. Okay, 1 day, 2 day, 3 days. Okay, then again we do the discussion, right? Why you think it will take the 4 days? Why do you think it will take the 1 days, right? And based on that we come up with the common number and then we put this estimate. So let's say for the 2 hours. Okay, and yeah, so 2 days. Okay, so do one thing. Okay, so when we do this, okay, first we user stories label, then assignments we do later. Okay, so once all these things is ready, then we go and assign to the particular person. Okay, and then once you start working on it, person is going to work on it, they can go ahead and daily before starting the stand up, they will go ahead and write the comment. Okay, what you did. Okay, so I have updated the headers. Okay, so maybe this could be the one comment before tomorrow stand up, and day after tomorrow, right? I have deployed, I can write deployed on EC2 server, EC2, right? So when we go in the stand up, so when the Scrum Master will go and click on this story, he can see, okay, what I have been doing, okay, yesterday. Okay, so that what we do here. Now, one important things here, what we can do. Okay, guys, so far, so all clear? Type clear in the chat box. So description, acceptance criteria, label, estimate, and assign to the people. And now, if this user story is a big, okay, so as a developer, okay, you can also go ahead and create the subtask. Okay, you can go ahead create the subtask here. So okay, let's close this. Okay, okay, now imagine we have put all these backlogs, right? Now what is next? Next we can start the sprint. As of now we are doing the sprint planning. Okay, we have bring the product backlogs. Now this backlog we are calling as a stories. Okay, and we have assigned this one again. Maybe let's assign this one as well. Assign to me, and let's give the label. Let's say maybe backend. Then here give the 3. Okay, and now we are ready to start the sprint. We can go ahead and click on this start the sprint, and then we have the set the goal. Okay, what is the goal of this sprint? Let's say working headers on EC2. Okay, then start the sprint. Okay, now we see we are setting for the 2 weeks. Okay, this is the demo 1. Okay, maybe you can give some other names as well and start the sprint. Now here go, okay, go here in the demo and backlog boards. Why I cannot see all these? list. Okay, sorry, it was taking some time. Now we see our usual story. So now what we are going to do, so once I will start working on it, then currently you see this in the to-do list, right? So from here, I will bring it in the in progress. Okay, then I will start working. Once I will start working, if I feel this is the big task, okay, then I can go ahead. I can create subtask as well. Now let's go to our assignments here. Scroll down. Okay, so you have to create all these stories. Okay, and you need to add the subtask. Okay, so adding the subtask, let's go here and let me close this. Okay, this is okay. Okay, so select this, and here we see one. Here add create the related work, right? Click on this. Here we have the add child task. Okay, I can go ahead and create the another child task. Okay, it's called a demo. Sorry, let me do it again. Okay, click here and create the child task. Here click this. Okay, it's auto generated. Okay, and it's going to create this verify headers changes. Okay, and go ahead and create this. Maybe you could have the multiple subtasks as well. Okay. Okay, so now you see we have another subtask here we have created. Well, now let's go back to the assignment. And I think that's pretty much. Then of course you can go ahead and here you can filter. You can go ahead with the different filters over here. Okay, then look into all the filter your task based on these filters. Okay, all items, open items. Anyways, let's go back and then okay, create the sprint we have done. Then okay, now we can see the burn down task. Okay, so now let's imagine, let's go back to our project. And here, let's imagine I have completed this. Bring this here in complete. Bring this in the progress. Bring this in the complete. Okay, now we are done. Okay, complete the sprint. Okay. Sorry. Okay, now sprint is okay. Sorry, let me go back. Okay, sprint is got completed. Now if you go here, we can see the different tasks. Okay, different reports here, and one of them is the burn down sprint burn down chart, and this basically shows how we are progressing on your sprint. Okay, so basically these lines should go straight. Okay, so every time when we are completing any task, we should complete it. If you complete it, then we can see this will go straight. So this is ideal sprint burn down chart. Okay, so guys, that's pretty much we have for these assignments. Okay, guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Well, now let's go back to our slide. So what we did, we have understood the Jira board, how to create the Jira board, how to create the project backlog, user story, start the sprint, and also complete your task. Now, okay, so we have did everything. And now again, let's go back to here. Okay. Now, what we have as of now, so we have the Jira board, right? In Jira board, we put everything, but still we have the development team. Now we have the operation team, right? But here, if you see, we have to do all those things, right? Coding, testing, deploying in 2 weeks, right? All those things we have to do in the 2 weeks where we were taking around 17 months earlier, right? Now, how this whole thing is going to change, that we're going to cover after our tea break. Okay, so let's take a quick break. And after that, we are going more into the DevOps side. Okay, how DevOps is going to solve our problem. Guys, so far, so all clear, all good? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's do the 15 minutes of the break. Let me start it. And please go ahead and take your break. Have cold water, coffee, do a small walk, and see you guys in the 15 minutes. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back. If you are here, type back in the chat box. Guys, you all are back. Type back in the chat box. Guys, now we are going to understand a very important part of today's session. So let's quickly recap what we have understood so far. Guys, you are with me? Type me in the chat box and I will get started. Perfect. Super. So now you have, if you see, we are here, right? Sorry, let me go back and get color of my pencil. Okay. So now we are up to here, right? So how did we started? We started understanding SDLC, software development life cycle, right? Then we have noticed there is some problems. Then what is the better way? Then we have the agile way of software development, but agile itself don't help, right? For that, we need a framework. Then we understood a Scrum framework. And the Scrum framework basically give a structure to the agile, right? And then again, framework is the framework, right? To put everything into the perspective, then we need a tool. And for that, we have understood Jira. Guys, so far, so all clear. Type capital clear in the chat box. And to make sure, guys, you can see my screen, right? Type SA in the chat box. If you can see my screen, I'm loud and clear. Perfect. Very nice. Now let's go back and see our image, right? So this is the image. So if you remember, right, in this our SDLC waterfall model, okay, when we are talking, then okay, we had the requirement gathering, design and architecture, coding, testing, deployment, and maintenance, right? And what we have noticed, we have at the end, we have two teams, correct? At the end, we have the two teams. Some developers and the operation guy, and they're going to write the code, right, test it and deploy it, right, then monitor it, correct? Now here we have understood the agile, right, and then we understood the framework. Then we also use the Jira board. We used Jira board, right, to put everything that we can see it, we can track it, right, we can work on it. But does everyone, please try to understand, does Agile, Scrum, and even putting everything in the Jira board, does this really does anything different in this whole operation, in this whole process? Still, right, in our team, we will have the developer, we'll have the system admin, right? He's going to do the task, correct? There is any difference? There's no difference, right? So in the waterfall model, in this waterfall model, if this operation team, they're deploying this application and it was, let's say, taking maybe 5 days, for example, right? Again, if you use the Jira board, use the Scrum, how does it going to solve the problem? At the ground, there's no difference, right? Why? Because as of now, everything is manual, right? As of now, what we looked into, whether this is the waterfall model or agile using a Scrum framework, using any tool, a Scrum tool, right? Everything is the manual, right? So we need to understand how do we really solve this problem. When we have the, for the deployment, we were getting a 4 month of time, right? 2 month of time. Then there was enough time to create the network, create the server, right? Deploy the application, do the testing. But here, now here, when we are talking about the agile, right? Especially in the sprint is just for the 2 weeks, right? Everything need to be done as quick as possible. Are you guys agree with me? We need everything should be done quickly, right? It should be agile. But we haven't talked anything about the making this whole process, right? Coding, testing, deploying, and monitoring as quick as possible. That could be completed in the 2 weeks. We haven't talked about that. So we assume still we are doing everything manual, right, guys? Everything we are doing manual, and as it is, we have been doing in SDLC. You guys are with me? Then type me in the chat box. Now let's understand what is problem with the manual deployment. And if you are going to do the manual deployment, okay, manual testing, manual maintenance, then again, Agile is not going to solve any problem. So what are some problems? Okay. First problem is the frequent errors, right? So when we go and manually try to deploy the application, manually go and try testing the application, you will be making a lot of issues because as a human, okay, we can make a mistake. Our mind, our mood will not be same all the time. Your health will not be same all the time, right? So there is chance we can make the errors and even frequent errors, right? There is lack of reliability, okay? Even if you go ahead and create a very good document, okay, but still, okay, manual deployment, manual testing is not reliable, right? Again, we can make a mistake. We can forget some of the steps, right? Next, we need to produce a lot of documentation. So when you're doing the testing, you have to document everything. When someone deploying your application, they need to document everything. Someone monitoring your application, they need to document everything. So this is document heavy operation, right? Now, we depend on the expert. Well, we are running the production environment, right? I cannot give access of anyone, a junior person, to go and play with the production environment. We have the real users, right? They're accessing my application. If you did some mistakes, right, then everything will be down. And I have seen, okay, production used to be down, okay, because of some small issues, small problems. People don't understand. Developers or maybe junior system engineers don't understand, right? So again, at all, we depends on the expert. Now, do you think it is possible to bring all expert in this a small agile team? We have only a couple of people, right? It's not possible, right? Again, that is another problem. What is next problem? It's repetitive and tedious. To be very honest, okay, if I will be part of the team and I have to go and do manual testing every 2 weeks when something is getting released, okay, I get bored with that, right? Because it's not so interesting, right? It's very difficult. You guys agree with me? Type agree in the chat box. Perfect. So again, as I said, this is difficult to test, right? You have to write a lot of manual testings, right? It's not interesting, or again, it's not possible to make your same testing. You can do everything and it will be as expected. Okay. And again, it's create a lot of problem with the some regulated organizations and industries, okay, because of the auditings. So different people do different things, right? Because we don't have way to track all changes in the environment. So these all are the problem with the manual deployment. So whether this was the waterfall model or the agile, we have the manual deployment and this problem remain as it is. Now, what is the solution? How do we fix this problem? What is the solution? For that, what we need to do, we need to bring a lot of tool in each phase of the software development life cycle. What could be the different tools? Let's understand this. So in the planning, we can use the Jira board or maybe Azure board, as I was explaining, right? For the coding, we can use the GitHub, VS Code, maybe programming language. For the build, when we need to build the application, right, we need the Maven, maybe Gradle, Node.js. For the testing, we can use SonarQube, Playwright, Selenium. For the release, Terraform, Ansible, Jenkins. For the deployment, maybe Kubernetes, Docker. For the operation, maybe Azure Cloud, AWS Cloud. For the monitoring, Prometheus and Grafana. So, if you really want to deploy your working part version of your application in a very short sprint, you need a lot of tools. Guys, if you agree with me, type capital tools in the chat box. Now, if you see, right, here, some tools is going to be used by the developer, some tools is going to be used by the operation team, right? So here we are going to bring different tools, right? Some tools for the developer. Let me go to the right slides. So we're going to bring a lot of tools for the developers and a lot of tools for the operation team to streamline everything, correct? And that is what we see here, right? Correct. Now problem is, you have to set up all these tools. You have to bring all this process. You have to also train those people how to use this, follow all the steps, right? That's where we need what? That's where we need DevOps. Guys, am I making sense? Type MK in the chat box if I'm making sense. That's where DevOps come into the picture, right? Now let's understand what is DevOps. Guys, DevOps is development plus operation. DevOps is a set of practice that's bring to whom? DevOps is a set of practice, set of tool, set of automation, mindsets, training that's bring to the development team and operation team. So what is goal of the DevOps? Goal of DevOps is to shorten the software development life cycle, providing continuous delivery of high quality software while meeting the business objective. Let me repeat once again. If you go for the interview, people will ask, what is the DevOps? Okay. If you say DevOps is the tool, automation, you are wrong. It's not about the tool, not about the automation. Okay. So what is the DevOps? DevOps is the practice that's bring development team and operation team together instead of working in the silo. It has only one aim: shorten the software development life cycle and provide continuous software delivery with the high quality to meet the business objective. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. So how DevOps comes is very simple, right? We have the Dev from the developer and Ops from the operation, and that is called DevOps. But let's understand one thing in the detail, okay? Again, you see same things here, right? If you're trying to visualize in your mind, right? So here you have the development team, right? Here the operation teams. So what we are doing, using the DevOps, we're trying to bring a lot of best practices, tool, mindsets, right? Come on. To ensure software delivery will be fast, okay? Okay, guys, let's understand one small things, okay? It's very important for all of you, okay? Because when you go for the interview, okay, here and there, okay, people will be test your knowledge, okay? How much you really understand the DevOps, okay? So you should have very clear idea is what is not a DevOps, okay? So if you know what is not a DevOps, then you know what is a DevOps, okay? So let's understand. DevOps is not just a tool. It's not about the tool. While tool play very important role in the DevOps, but DevOps is more about culture, bringing team together, collaboration, and the process. Again, DevOps is not a standard. DevOps does not follow very strict and universal set of rules that you can apply to all organizations. Different organization is going to use different tools. Different organizations are going to use different automation. They will have the different way of software development, but still they can use the DevOps. So DevOps is not a standard. DevOps is not a product. We cannot go and sell DevOps as a product. DevOps cannot be brought as a package. Is the approach of software development and delivery. Once again, DevOps is not a job title, though we say DevOps, right? But this is not a job title. DevOps is more about practice, is the philosophy. It's not about the role and designations. As you see, as a DevOps engineer, right, you're going to bring, of course, tool, automation, but you are going to change the mindset of the developers, mindsets of the operation people, mindset of the business stakeholders, and it's altogether organizational change. So DevOps is not just about the even title, okay? And again, we are talking a lot about the automation, and don't ever say DevOps is the automation, okay? So again, coming back to my initial definition, okay, what is DevOps? So DevOps is set of practice that's bring development and operation team together, and this has only one goal: shorten the software development life cycle and provide continuous delivery of high quality software with business objective. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. So if you want to take the screenshot, you can take this, okay? So what is DevOps? Okay, this is simplified language. DevOps is a culture. It's a technical movement that unites people, process, tool to deliver software faster, safer, and in continuous environment. So what is do? It's bring the speed and stability all together and try to bring development team and operation team together. So this is the DevOps. Now, you are going to work as a DevOps engineer, right? Then you are going to streamline development and operation of the software. And as we see, right, you are going to play a very important role for this development team and this operation team. So development team is all on, okay? Operation team is there, okay? Then all together, you will be there as a DevOps person, okay? And you are going to bring a lot of tool and platform to streamline the process, to automate the software development, and train these people. Hey, this is the way of the faster software development. Please do that. And how you can do that? Now you have so many set of tools, right? How you can do that? For that, you will be using continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment for the software. In short forms, it is called CICD. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. So all tool, all automation, all process, all mindsets, all documentation, all testing, we're going to bring into the reality. How? With CICD. Now, as you see here, we have the continuous integration, we have continuous delivery, and continuous deployment, and all are different. And as a DevOps engineer, this is very, very important for you to understand. So you can bring this everything all together. So let's understand with continuous integration. What is continuous integration? Continuous integration is also known as CI. So continuous integration has only one goal: bringing a developer application to the deployable artifact. Let me repeat once again. So we have the developer here. They are writing a lot of codes. Now this code need to be deployed on the production, right? And this code is a human readable. When we write the application code, this is a human readable. Machine cannot read it. Then what we need to do? We need to convert this application code into the binary, and this is called artifact. Artifact in the software term. So CI has only one motive: bringing developer commits, developer software or code into the artifact so that can be deployed on the production environment. Guys, if this is clear, making sense, type clear in the chat box. Let's understand this visually. Okay, so here we have the version control system. You know, right? What is version control system? And using continuous integration, you are going to create the artifact. And this artifact will be deployed inside the production environment. Now here, you need to understand all of these in detail, because for all those things, you are going to set the tools and automation. So let's understand this one by one. And let's start with the version control. What is the version control? Guys, type in the chat box. What is version control system? Managed code, Git SCM tool. Yes, you are right. And purpose of version control system is simple: single source of truth. So when you are, as a DevOps engineer, going to set the version control system, you have to keep one thing in mind. This will be single source of truth for everything of your software. So everything live in a single repo. What is repo? Repo is repository, right? You already understood. So in enterprise, in big organization, what this repo will hold, what this version control system will hold, it will hold the software code. It will hold the unit test. It will hold the database migration, DB migration script, or maybe schema. It will hold your build script. What is build script? That's going to build your application source code as a machine readable artifact. Okay, build script. It will also have deployment script. So this repo will have the everything. What I said, this is single source of truth. So any configuration, any automation, any build script, everything will be there. Why? Because this is going to continuously build your application. We need track the audit history. We need quick onboarding. If something goes wrong, we need to go back to the previous state. So here, as a DevOps engineer, you're going to set the version control system and going to guide the team, development team, test team, operation team to put everything in the version control system. Guys, if this is clear, type BCS in the chat box. As I said, as a DevOps engineer, you have only one role here. Okay, setting up this platform and making sure pipeline as a code, you will understand in a moment. Okay, secrets, software developers application code, tester testing script, operation teams development script, everything should be there. Okay, you have to make sure this is your job as a DevOps engineer. Now, if everything is there, okay, then it's going to trigger a pipeline. It's going to do different steps to make the artifact ready. As I said here, right? We have seen in the screen. So here we have the different steps, right? Before this artifact will be ready, right? What is this? Let's understand this one by one. So as I said, we have VCS is a single source of truth for the everything for your software. So when there is any changes in the version control system, okay, based on those changes, this is going to trigger something. It's going to trigger something, and after that, it's going to build your application. And what build means is going to create the artifact. The big artifact, what we have seen in the previous screen. So what build is going to do is going to build the artifact. Okay. So trigger is the bolt. Okay. Something, if let's say, what could be a different trigger to start building the application? We have the VCS, right? Version control system, right? And here we are going to build the artifact. So in version control system, if someone do the commit, someone do the push, someone do the PR request, someone do the merge, right? So based on this action, it will go and trigger the build, and what it will do, it will go ahead and create the software build. Guys, am I making sense? So a push or a pull request on the main branch, right? We have here branch, right? So that's go ahead and fire a trigger, and then is start building your software. Now, where this where this whole system will be. Now here is talking about the version control. Okay, what is the version control software? It will be GitHub, right? Or maybe you can also use Bitbucket, right? So when something happening, let's say push or maybe merge, right, is going to trigger. So once this will trigger, this is going to build the software, right? To build the software, we need a system. To build this, we need a CI system. What is CI system? Continuous integration system. And this could be any of the tool like Jenkins, GitHub Action, GitLab, or Azure DevOps. And this build is going to be, okay, so this Git system, as I said, what? Jenkins, right? It could be GitHub Action. It could be GitLab, or maybe Azure DevOps. DevOps, right? So these platforms, okay, on these platforms is going to build your software. To build the software is going to create a temporarily virtual machine. What is a virtual machine? We'll understand later, okay, next week, okay, when we understand the AWS, we're going to create the temporary virtual machine. On this virtual machine is going to get your all application source code. Guys, please try to understand. So what going to be happen in this build steps? In build steps is going to take all source code of your application along with all dependencies. Then it's going to compile into the runnable outputs. That is called artifact. And it could be maybe, this could be .jar, or maybe .zip file, or maybe a Docker image. Depends what exactly your software is. This Java application, so this build will be jar. Let's say it's a Node.js, it could be the chip. It may be a Docker image, maybe Docker based application. So it will be Docker image to compile your application. Okay, then it will create these artifacts. Okay, and this artifact, this is now ready for the production. So guys, now you understand what happening in the build, how this trigger is going to start, and where this build going to be happen. Build will happen on, type in the chat box, CI system. What are the different CI systems? Type in the chat box. Exactly, right? So it will create some VM. On that VM, what is the different steps, right? It takes the application source code, is bring all dependencies, then compile it, depend on the applications, it creates different artifacts, build artifacts, right? But there could be also, when it's going to build this artifact, if this will fail, what will happen? It will notify to developer. And what developer will do? He will go and fix it. So this developer will go ahead and they will fix the problem. And again, commit the code. They commit the code. Again, based on the trigger, it will go again and the build it. Now you see, this is the cycle, right? Do you feel like this is continuous? Here, right? Based on your commit, right, is starting the build. If this is passing, all good. Is failing, is sending notification to the developer. They need to go ahead, fix this. If they will fix this, then what they will do? They will commit their code, right? And again, is go and start the build. Guys, so far, so all clear. Type clear in the chat box. Well, now once build is ready, then we have the next steps. Okay, unit test execution and code quality scan. What is unit test execution and what happened there? In unit test execution, there is a small isolated piece of code that test that test developer written code if this is working as expected. So when developer write the code, right, what they write? They have the functions, they have the methods, they have the class. Okay, so there is the unit test. Unit means a small, okay, a small testable part of code. Okay, let's go ahead and test if this part of the methods, function, class working as expected. And it's done very quickly, basically in the memory. Okay, and what is do, instead of calling the real database, instead of calling the real API, instead of calling the real external systems, okay, there is a call mock, M-O-C-K-X, mocks, and this is called stubs. So this basically replicate database, external API, okay, and let's go ahead, okay, and test this piece of code if this is working well. Why we do in this CICD? Because CICD, okay, how do we do in CICD? For that, there will be a tool will be used called the unit test and PyTest for the Python. Okay, so using this tool, so this piece of artifact will be tested. Guys, so far so all clear? Type clear in the chat box. Now if unit test pass, okay, it go to the code quality scan. If this fail, again it will go back to the not version control. Again, it will notify the developers. Okay, they will fix this. Okay, again they will commit this. Again, this process will start. Now, do you see this is the continuous integration, right? Well, now let's see what is next. Code quality scan. What is code quality scan? So this is basically quality gate of your software. So it's basically statically analyze your code quality. If this code is complex, or do you have any duplicate codes? So it's also look into the code smells. Okay, that's called the duplicate codes. Okay, this also checks if your code is formatted consistently. For that, we use different tool, linter, formatters. This also ensure if you have hard-coded some credentials, or maybe you have some insecure patterns inside your software. That is called SAST and secret detector. Also, it's do dependencies and license checks. So everything's happen in the static code analysis. So this is, as I said, this is quality gate for your application. Now, again, if you see here as a developer, right, you have to bring all these tools and platform for the developer. Sorry, as a DevOps engineer, you have to bring all these things for your developer. And then finally, your artifact will be ready. Now, what is this artifact? As I said, this artifact is the runnable piece of code or build that operation teams going to deploy in their server. So if everything goes correctly, so CI, what will do? Continuous integration. This will publish the immutable artifact. This is immutable. This is not going to be changed. Okay. And this will be stored somewhere. If this is the Docker image, it will go in the registry. If this is virtual based machine, it will go in some artifactory. It's a different artifactory. So for binary artifactory, we have the artifactory. This is the name of the software. Okay, artifactory, Nexus. Okay, Git package. For the container, we have the ECR, ACR, GCR. Okay, so this artifact will be, once it's ready, it will be put into the some storage somewhere. Okay, and from there, okay, we have again another set of steps. Guys, so far so, if this is clear, type CI in the chat box. Now, if you do the quick recap, okay, what we did here, okay, here, okay, you have been setting everything for your development team, right? So maybe you need to go and set up the Jira, okay, then Azure, DevOps, okay, maybe GitHub, okay, Java, right? How application will be get built? Again, Sonar queue for the testings and all, right? So this is, you will be doing setting up all these process. So this is called continuous integration. So I hope you're able to fit this in your mind, right? So what we have been talking so far, so this was this part. Clear, guys? All good? Type capital good in the chat box. Well, now let's go to the next part, continuous delivery. Now, what is continuous delivery? But before that, let's summarize our continuous integration. So what was continuous integration? Can we put it simple? Continuous integration is creating the build, testing it, and making it ready for the production deployment. Right, guys? In simple term, right? This is called continuous integration. Correct? Now, here, Now we want to deliver this artifact to the production. Now there is a different steps. Let's understand this one by one. Okay. Then there will be the acceptance testing. What is acceptance testing? This is automated test to validate business functionality. Business functionality. So this is automated test to validate business functionality with the artifact. So it take this artifact, on this artifacts, right? It's go ahead and make sure all functional requirement is expected. So this is broader than the unit test. What was unit test? Unit test was the just testing if piece of code is working. That's don't cover the business requirement, right? But here, acceptance test, this covers, okay, if everything's working as expected. If you take an example of the software, okay, so there is a checkout page, payment page. And if someone is doing checkout, if they're doing the payment, then order need to be placed, right? So what is this? This is called the business requirement. If someone is placing the order, if someone is doing the checkout, right, then we need to accept the payment and order should be placed, right? So in acceptance testing, we check this functional requirement. Okay, so here we actually test the APIs, okay, and also business validation. So this is what we do in the acceptance testing. Guys, so far so all clear? Type clear in the chat box. Then we have to deploy this artifact into the staging environment. What is a staging environment? Staging is either UAT or pre-prod. Pre-prod. So this is exactly similar to your production environment where we deploy this artifact, this mirror the production as close as possible. So basically same application version, same configuration, but only difference is it goes into the separate environment where we can test it. Who test is? So their tester, QA teams, product owners, or even business analysts or product owners or business stakeholders, they go and test the features of software before this go to the production. Here in the staging and UAT environment, we also do performance testing and load testing. So along with functional requirement, we also do the non-functional requirement testings as well. And this is the place where you get the working URL of your application. So as of now, in acceptance testing, unit test, it was happening inside your CI systems, okay? But now once your artifact will go in the staging environment, we will have the working URL domain of your software. Guys, so far so all good, all clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, as I said, here, once application get deployed, then testers, QA team, product owner, business stakeholders, maybe business analyst, they will go and test it. If they say all looks good, then we can go ahead, manually deploy this application. So here, once everyone say all looks good, okay, maybe business owners will take 3 days. Okay, tester will do maybe on the same days. Okay, and some other person, right, who is the important stakeholder in this software, he is taking 1 more weeks, right? So what we need to wait, right? So here everything's before what we have been saying, this was the continuous, but now here we have the full stops. Okay, now here manually we have to go ahead, okay, and do something to deploy this artifact into the production. And how do we do that? So when you are using the different tools, okay, in the Jenkins, so there is a manual steps input, you can do that. In the GitHub environment, again, we have the approval process. If you go and approve this, it will deploy this in the production environment. This Azure DevOps, okay, again, this is an option, you can do that. Okay, so here, other than testings, okay, this also could be security sign off. If maybe this is required, or maybe if you're working for the business regulatory and some specific industries, regulated environment industries, right? So they want to make sure your application should be verified first, then this should be manually deployed, right? So here, once you go and manually click that button, then this will go and deploy your application into the production environment. It means now your application is live. And then here we do a small smoke test to make sure everything working as expected. What is a smoke test? So this we do immediately after the first deployment, not first, means after deployment of the application, and this is lightweight test. So like end-to-end testings, if user is sign up, right, then he's also able to sign in. He's also calling the backend connections, right? He's also calling the right APIs. And we confirm in the smoke test, okay, everything's working as a fine. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. And this whole process is called continuous delivery. And important things, again, in continuous delivery, we have these manual steps. Okay, once you go and click, okay, it will go and deploy in your production environment. You can do the small smoke test at any stage. If let's say in acceptance testing, it fails, and again, it will send trigger to the developer or the tester. Again, it will go into the continuous integration. If something wrong in deployment environment, because maybe performance test, load test, functional requirement testings, non-functional requirement testing, again, it will go and send the notification to the respective team. And again, they need to start this whole process. Okay. So this is called continuous delivery. Guys, so far, so all good, all clear, type clear in the chat box. So what is goal of the continuous delivery? Goal of continuous delivery is to ensure code is always in deployable state by automating the release process up to the staging, right? If you go here, what we are doing? We are ensuring this artifact ready for the production deployment, automating everything, correct? So it's allow a reliable and a rapid deployment with manual approval in the production. Okay, so everything is automated. And once your artifact is here, right, can go ahead, manually approve this, and this will get deployed into the production. Guys, so far, so all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. Okay. Now, what we understood, continuous integration, continuous delivery. Now, let's understand last part, continuous deployment. Very simple. Okay. This is what we understood continuous delivery, right? Now continuous deployment is this. What is difference? Here, instead of doing manual approval, your artifact that was here, this is directly going to the production without any human intervention. So this is called continuous deployment. What is the difference between continuous delivery and continuous deployment? In the continuous deployment, we don't have any manual steps. Okay, so everything is automated. From here, a developer writing piece of code in his laptop, local system, is committing on VCS, version control system, then this is going to trigger the build. It will test, it will go to the acceptance test, go to the staging environment. All testing will be done automated. It's going to the production environment. Again, a small smoke test, and your end user is going to access your application. So this is called continuous deployment. And as I said, thumb rule, at any stage, anything goes wrong, right? So respective person will be get notified. Again, this whole process will be repeated. Guys, so far so all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. Now, you must be thinking, right? Why not continuous deployment? Why do we need this manual steps? Just this come in your mind, right? Because if everything could be automated and we can do this in whole process, right? Why? Why we'll go for the manual delivery, not manual deployment? Let's understand this. If it's coming in your mind, it's a very good question. Okay. So why not continuous deployment? Because if you see here, everything is automated, right? Everything, entire setup is automated. It's good things. You can do that. But this is not good because of couple of reasons. It's not because of technical reason. Okay. There's some other reasons as well. So we should always not think about the technical things, right? Like risk management and the compliance. If you work for the financial sectors company, healthcare, any government agencies, okay, then they have regulatory and the compliance requirement that you need a manual approval before releasing your application to the production. So here, we cannot do anything, right? We have to go for the manual delivery. Maybe some company requires audit trails. They require security approval, right? A security team need to go and they can only click this button to deploy in the production. Maybe for the security vulnerability, or maybe for non-compliance update, right? So this is nothing in your hand. Even though you can automate everything, but you have to follow some compliance, some security, some rules. Because of this, companies do the manual delivery, continuous delivery, not continuous deployment. Another reason could be business readiness and the feature flags. Maybe your software is technically ready, but business is not ready. Marketing team is still working on the campaign. You need the legal approval. The changes what you have did, this need to be hidden for maybe next 1 month because we haven't got the business approval, business sign off as of now, right? So again, we need to wait for the business readiness. Third could be production stability and controlled feature. When you have some critical application, right? As I said, for the banking, airlines booking systems, right? Government, right? They don't want anything should be disrupted. Imagine if there is the flight booking systems, right? Or doing continuous delivery. One of a new developer, he really don't understood, right? He can go ahead and did some mistakes, right? Time of the flight checking, right? And something goes wrong, right? Time is showing somehow 2-hour delay in the flight, but this is not actually, right? So it's going to break it. So for the production stability and control release, we cannot do the continuous deployment. Guys, so far, so all clear, all good? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Guys, this is pretty much I wanted to cover in the first half today. So let's do the quick recap. What we understood. So we understood SDLC, Agile way of software delivery, Scrum framework, then how to put everything into the existence within the Jira board, right? Then we understood how we'll solve all these problems, right? Then we understood the tools and what a DevOps engineer do, right? And everything a DevOps engineer put in the CICD pipeline to speed up the software delivery. Guys, all good, all clear, type capital good in the chat box. Perfect, super, very nice. Guys, so now what we are going to do, let me stop sharing my screen. Guys, everyone, if you can, please turn on your video. Very good. Good to see some faces here. Okay. So now we are going to take the lunch break for the 1 hour. Okay. So based on your time zone, please go ahead or take your lunch or breakfast, maybe shower, whatever fit in your this time slot, and come back. After that, we are going to do very important exercise. And this is also applicable for the people who are on YouTube as well. What we are going to do, we are going to create the breakout session. Okay. And I have created the scenario. So what you all will be doing, you will be working on a real application. I'm going to give you a real application. On real application, I have created some tasks that you need to do that as a team. So all five group, you will work in the breakout session as a team. You're going to nominate someone as a Scrum Master, someone as a product owner, someone as a developer, someone as a tester. Guys, same goes for the YouTube people as well. I'm going to create another meeting link for the people who is watching on the YouTube channel. Okay. And today I will be working with the all people who are on the YouTube. Okay. And on the main group, okay, your co-mentors, they are going to take leads there. Okay. So I'm going to give the software with the features, what I need. Then you have to organize yourself. Okay. So your product owner, he will quickly go and create the backlogs. Your Scrum Master, create the user story. Your tester will go and download the software. Sorry, developer, start doing the development. Then your operation teams, okay, system administrator, he's going to set up the EC2 instance to deploy the application. Okay. So you all things doing in just 90 minutes. Everything you'll be doing as a team in the 90 minutes, and you are going to track everything on the Jira board. Okay. Once you do that, then we'll meet together once again. Okay. Then we'll take a break. After that, again, you all people come as a team, and then you are going to do the 10 minutes of the demo. 8 to 10 minutes of the demo, what you did. So you will start with your Jira board, explain what you did, who played what role. Then I wanted to see the real application on your EC2 instance. Guys, this is exciting. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. This emoji on your screen. Great. Super. Very nice. Okay. So again, let me repeat. So people who are on the YouTube, okay, I'm going to mentor you guys today. Okay, I'm going to create another meeting link. I'm going to share you in a moment, so you can get it from there. And all people who are on the main channel, okay, you will have the on same meeting link, and then we are going to split into the different group, and you will work in a group. Okay, and from here, why I'm doing this, because I want you all people know your co-mentor. What I have noticed, okay, when you are doing some post, okay, you are tagging your different co-mentors. Okay, see, please know who is your co-mentor. Okay, so connect with them. Okay, tag them, know them. Okay, and I know some co-mentor really putting very, they're putting really good amount of time, okay, to do everything for you. Okay, so know your co-mentor, who is your co-mentor. Okay, connect with them. Okay, again, know your team member. So next week, when you go in the AWS, then Azure, then Terraform, we are going to do more complex project. They have the two real-time applications. Okay, we have the database and the everything. Then you're going to start, you need some help. So if you know your co-mentor, if you know your team member, right? So you can connect with them, take help from them. Okay. So only purpose of this breakout session to know your co-mentor, know your colleague. Guys, all good, all nice. Type good in the chat box, and then we'll start our lunch break. Good, perfect, super. So let me start the timer. Okay. So 60 minutes timers on Google and started. Let me share my screen. Okay. Well done, guys. Please go ahead and use this break to have a breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever time zone you are, and see you in next 60 minutes. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey guys, welcome back. If you all are here, type back in the chat box. I see there is some question from the people who joined from the YouTube community. No worries, I will answer your all questions. So give us some time and let other people join because accidentally I have closed the meeting and I have seen people dropped out from the top 100. So I have sent the message everyone to join back. So yeah, let's give a few minutes and we'll get started. So I see people are back here. Perfect. Super. I see all people are back. Guys, if you are with me, focus, please type focus in the chat box and we'll get started. And I hope people who are on the YouTube, you are also joining. So please do join. Okay. So what we are going to do now. So let me share my screen once again. And if you see my screen, type SA in the chat box. Okay, perfect. Super. Now, okay. So now as I was explaining, so now what we are going to do, we are going to do the role play, not a role play. We are going to work in a team. And for that, I have created these assignments. So everyone, please try to understand. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the breakout session. So we will have 5 breakout sessions for our actual top 100 groups. Group 1, Group 2, 3, 4, 5. And you will go in your respective breakout session. And people who are joining from the YouTube community, for you, there will be another group. I see someone is saying, my voice is getting echo. Guys, really I'm getting echo? If no, type no in the chat box. If yes, type yes in the chat box. Okay, so all people saying no. So person who is complaining, okay, maybe you have problem on your side, Vincent. So please try to fix yourself. Okay, there should be something wrong at your side. Good. So just to make it clear, so what we are going to do, I'm going to explain the assignment, and after that, I'm going to create the 6 group. So one group, okay, 5 group for the top 100 students, and you know in which group you belongs. And other people who are joining from the YouTube community, they will go on the YouTube community group. Okay, guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Very nice. So now let me explain. So what we are going to do, so there is a project called Got a Job. Okay, I'm going to share the URL in a moment. And for that, you are going to work in a team where you will do the backlog refinement. Then you are going to create one sprint in a Jira. And then you're going to estimate the sprint, look into the burndown chart. You're going to do the small changes in the application with the 5 story, and then you are going to deploy this in your AWS environment. So guys, this is real work, what you are going to do. Okay, so I hope you guys are able to follow me. So let me explain how you should divide your work. So let's imagine you are group. Okay, maybe let's say you are the group, right? So here there will be the different task, right? So one person need to deploy the application in the AWS environment, right? So he need to create the EC2 instance. He need to get ready, Nginx, everything's ready there, right? 2-3 person can work on the development, because you have to work on the 5 story and you need to do the 5 changes in the website. So maybe you can have the 4 to 5 developers, and you can assign each person one task, maybe 2 person one task. Okay, you could have the 2 scrum master, okay, who is just making sure everything's working fine, all going good. And you could have 2 product owners, or maybe 1 product owner. Okay, he will little bit look into the Jira and try to make sure everything is working well. Okay, so everything you are going to work in a team. As soon as I will split the team, so what you should be doing, you should be going and selecting who is going to work as a product owner, who is going to work as a scrum master, who is going to work as a DevOps engineer, right? And how many people going to work as a developers, and maybe again couple of testers, right? So now you see, right? So as soon as you break this team, then you this DevOps person, right? So if I can go and start typing here, okay, is the, let's say, DevOps or maybe operation guy, he will go and start creating EC2 instance, right? These people here, right, developers, they will start doing the development, because you have only 90 minutes, right? A Scrum Master try to make sure everything's working fine, right? All good. And then product owner take care of the Jira board. Guys, is this clear? Making sense? How you're going to split your team? If yes, type capital clear in the chat box. Very good. Now, what will be your role of the co-mentors? Co-mentor not going to do anything for you, okay? Everything you have to do yourself. They will be just there to monitor you. What you are going to do, everything I've explained in the first half, okay? And also everything is explained here, okay? So you have to read yourself, you have to organize yourself, okay? And your co-mentor will be there. If you need any help, they can help you. Maybe some of the co-mentor are not very expert in the Jira and all, okay? So because all people don't use the Jira, right? Some people use the Azure board, some people use some different tools, right? So don't expect they can help you on the small things, but everything I have documented. Okay, if you follow the instruction, you'll be able to find the solution for that. Guys, all good, all clear? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now once you done your all task, then you have to do a demo. Okay, and 8 to 10 minutes of the demo need to be done from each team, and you will decide who is going to do the demo. It could be the one person and could be the two person. You need to decide when you will do the handover from one person to another person. So that's something you can decide. So one or two person you can decide within your team. If this is clear, guys, type team in the chat box. Just wanted to make sure how you split the team, how you will take the ownership. Perfect. Now let's understand the assignments.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Please, guys, don't unmute yourself. Okay. Okay. Now let's go to the start. Okay. And here you see, okay, these are your assignments. So here you can work in a team and also this for the solo mode. Okay. If someone want to do themselves, but here you're going to work in a team. As I said, you need to define the product owner, Scrum master, developer, DevOps. Of course, you have the project. Okay. Where is the project? Right? Here is the project. So you see here, this is Gota job. Okay. This is the whole application. Okay. And in this application, I want you to do some changes. Okay. And that changes you are going to do in a demo. Okay, guys. Then you can go ahead and download this from here. If you go and click here, you can download this application source code from there. Okay. Again, this is a static websites. Okay. No worries. If you are following everything from the week one, then this is super simple for you. Okay. Only thing is that you have to go and do some changes in the code. Okay. Once, okay, you understand that, then you have to go and create the, of course, a Jira account. So maybe one, two person will go ahead and create this. Guys, be very smart. Okay. You have to divide the task. Okay. One person take the lead or two-person, they can go ahead, create the Jira account, set everything, right? Other people, your different people start doing something, exploring the code, creating the EC2 instance, organize yourself. Once this is done, go ahead, create the project. Okay. Then your project name should be Gota job, your team number. Okay. So group number one, then deployable, CICD, sync, and code deploy, whatever. Give the group name. Okay. And for the YouTube community people, you can give the YouTube community as a name. Okay. Then go ahead, create the epic. I've already explained. Okay. And then you have to go ahead and create the product backlog. Okay. So for product backlog, I have explained what changes you need to do. Okay, you see here, right? You have to change the tagline. Okay, search your dream job that you have to change. How? I've given here. Okay, find your next role fast. Okay, so from this text, right? Search your dream job. You have to change. Find your next role fast. Right. Second task, right? Here, this color need to be changed. You see here, right? This color need to be changed. Again here, if you see, right, I have asked you to, okay, make this little bit bigger. Okay, this titles. So these are small tasks I have defined here. Okay, and you have to do only 5 tasks. Okay, then go ahead and do the sprint planning. Okay, create the task. Okay, do the estimation, create the do the sprint planning, then complete all the tasks, then also show the burnout, so the burn down chart, how this looks like inside your Jira. Okay. And after that, yes, this is a small increment we are going to do. Then you can also do the retrospect. Okay. You can sit and think, okay, what you guys done well, what didn't work, right? What could be done better. Okay. Again, I've given some time slots, how you can divide your all tasks. So it will be around 90 minutes. You will be able to complete it. Okay. Then you have presentation for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Guys, all good? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now I need to go and create the group for all of you. So let me stop sharing my screen. And meantime, go ahead and start looking the assignments. So here I believe everyone has the assignments. Okay. People who joined from the YouTube, I think some of you also have the Udemy account access. Guys, if you have people who are from the YouTube, if you have access of the Udemy course, please type access in the chat box. Only for the people who joined from the YouTube community. Type access if you have. Okay, perfect. So I see one people has, then maybe if other people has, all good. If not, maybe he will be there. I see many people has, then you need to, all people need to work together. Okay, guys. So give me a couple of minutes. I'm going to create the breakout session and then we will get started. Well, so everyone, please focus. So now I have created the group. I'm going to start the breakout session and you have 90 minutes. Okay. For me, it's around uh, 10 minutes to 12 o'clock. Okay. So you have 90 minutes. So you can go ahead, set your own timer. Okay. We'll come back in the main session in the 90 minutes. Okay. One important thing. So please join your own group. You know your group, right? So all top 100 students, you know your group 1, 2, 3. Once I will create the breakout session open. So please go and join your breakout, your respective breakout session. Okay. And YouTube community, you will see the YouTube community breakout room. You can join there. All good, guys? Give me thumbs up. Fantastic. Super. So let me open the breakout session and breakout session is opened. Please go ahead and join the respective group.
This is one tough of a task. You heard of the task, you know.
Task is not tough. It took time and
Hey guys, welcome back. If you are back, type back in the chat box. Great, super. Well, guys, let me know in the chat box, how was the session? Enjoy it? Boring? Exciting? You don't want to do it again? You want to do it again? Interesting? Excited? Amazing again? Wanted to? Mind blowing? Enjoyed but having, okay, need enough time. Wanted to do it again. Stressful, but I learned a lot. Thrilling, insightful. Not enough time. I do understand. Awesome. We need more time. Great. Super. Well, now I'm going to make it more interesting. Okay, guys? So, Thank you so much. So I know it's this kind of task need more time, okay? And we'll do this kind of role play in the future as well. Now, to make it more exciting, I have something. So let me share with you all. And okay. And what we do now, I see some people is unmuted. Let me mute all. Yes. Guys, please don't unmute yourself. Okay, let me talk. And yes, so I'm going to explain, okay, how we are going to score your overall teamwork, presentation, and this assignment or task. Okay, and for that, I have created some rules. How we are, as a commenter, going to give marks for your presentation. Okay, so I'm not going to give any marks. Okay, so all marks will come from your all commenters. Okay, so we have some separate group. Okay, and they are going to give me the marks. I'm going to put in the sets. Then I'll show you guys which team got how much marks, and you don't know which commenter given me how much marks. Okay, how much scores. Okay, this all be hidden. Once I will explain this, after that we are going to take 15 minutes of the break. Okay, so you all go ahead and little bit stretch your leg, have a coffee, tea, or cold water, then come back. Then we will start the presentation. Guys, sound good? If yes, give me a thumbs up. Super, very nice. Guys, please turn on your video. Okay, I really appreciate. I wanted to see you all. Very nice, very nice. Guys, give me thumbs up once again, everybody. Great, super. Okay, now let me share my screen. And commenter, please, you try to understand because you are going to give the marks. Okay, so you need to understand this very well. So let me share my screen. And if you all see my screen, type essay in the chat box. Perfect, super. So commenter and everyone try to understand. Okay, as co-mentor going to give the marks, so they need to understand. But again, you all students also need to understand, because you should know how we are going to score it, right? So you should also focus on those areas. So here I have created the 5 groups. We have the 5 groups and one YouTube team, right? And then we are going to score based on your setup and the planning, execution and implementation, then collaboration and the workflow, then presentation and the reflection, then we have the total score. How this is going to looks like? If you see here, setup and planning, for each of these, we have marks 0 to 5. So your co-mentors, they are going to give marks between 0 to 5 for each of these categories. And they will give me on the, we have the WhatsApp group. Okay, they will give me there, and then I will add all commenter points, marks, and I will add here. Okay, okay. So now what you should emphasize on the setup and the planning? So this is basically understanding how correctly you have created the project, assigned the role, created the epics, and also seeded the backlog. How many backlog you have created? Okay, so this will be for that. Execution and implementation. So they're going to look into your sprint planning and your small UI increment. Okay, the changes what you have done, how you have did it. Okay, and does it live? Can we see on the EC2 instance? Then we're going to understand your Git knowledge. Okay, because we are expecting, as you already know, the Git. Okay, so you have follows the branching strategy, right? For this bug, we have done these things. Okay, someone has reviewed it. Maybe you've done the peer reviews. Maybe you've done the merging, right? So this is what we are going to look into here. Okay, then last point is about the demo, screenshots, how you're going to present overall, okay? And if you have any thoughts on your retro expect, okay, on your sprint. So these are the four category, and based on that, we are going to mark, and then I'm going to put everything here. Then we know who is the winner and who is the runner-up, and what is the your sequence. Guys, so far so all good. Looks clear. I know group 4 has no commenter, okay? So I am, and we are working on this, okay? So either we are going to assign a commenter for you uh, very soon, okay? Or maybe we can dissolve this group. We'll see how we can do that. But here, one thing is very clear. So all commenter going to give marks for the each group. This is not for your commenter going to give the score for you, okay? So here, when let's say group 1 is going to present, so all commenter going to give their score, okay? Then I'm going to add here. Okay, guys, this is clear. Perfect, super. So let me give you a very simple example. So let's say when group 1 is doing the presentation, okay, then all commenters will give me total marks in the WhatsApp group, okay? So if you see, we have the 5 points for the each, right? 0 to 5. So maybe if one of your commenter is super happy and they feel you have done excellent work in all this, so they will give 20 marks to me, okay? So I will take 20 marks, okay? All together they have to give the, okay, let me do something like this. Okay, so anyways, this is didn't matter for you, okay? So all together they will give me 20 marks. Maybe some commenter they will give me, let's say, a 15. Some commenter for the group 1 they will give, let's say, 10, okay? So I'm going to all these points and I'm going to put it here, okay? Guys, this is clear. And for the commenter, you have to give me marks all together. Once they will complete the presentation, okay, then you can give me marks. And I will type in our WhatsApp group, okay, group 1, then you can give me the marks. I will add here all together, okay? So maybe this is didn't matter, okay? So I'm just going to add the total score. So from the all, it will be maybe commenter 1, something like this, okay? Commenter, let's say 1, okay? Then commenter 2, 3, 4, and I see how many commenters we have, okay? Accordingly, I'm going to add and then I'm going to divide it. Guys, this is clear? Perfect, super. Now let me stop sharing my screen. Now, my first question to the commenters. Commenters, all clear to you? Yes, super, very nice. So now let's do a small break, okay? So let me set timer for the 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Google timer. I'm going to share my screen and you all please go ahead and please relax. Okay. Have cold water, coffee, tea, do the short walk and come ahead and join us on the time. Thank you so much, guys. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Timer already started. Go ahead and see you guys in the 15 minutes. Thank you. Bye bye. भूपेंद्र चाय पानी पी लो।
थैंक यू सर, बट हो गया।
हाँ तो घूम फिर लो, स्ट्रेच योर लेग। Tanisha, you as well. You can relax a little bit. No need to sit in front of your system. Hey guys, welcome back. Type back in the chat box if you are here. Perfect, super. Okay, just to reflect once again. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen to make sure we all are on the same page. So as you see, currently we have the commenter 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe will be 5, 6, something like this. Okay, I'm going to see how many commenters are currently active. Okay, then I'm going to take the score from them. Okay, then I will write all these points. Then you will see the final score. Okay, guys. So that's it. I think all good. For the commenters, I will type in our WhatsApp group, group 1. Then you can give me the total score. Okay. So for all these points, you can give the total score and I will add here. So no people know which commenter given how many marks to you. Okay. I'm not going to give any marks. And then finally, we will see what is the score for the respective group. Guys, all good? Excited? Type excited in the chat box or EX in the chat box. Wow. What an energy. Super. Very nice. Guys, once again, I see here Sandesh is sent some few years ago. I was fixing syntax error, meaning scanning the line code, running the multiple tests, rechecking everything. Today, I like ChatGPT, this. I am doing a research. How developer perspective. Sandesh, you are here?
I'm here.
Sandesh, you're not supposed to do any this kind of activity in the group, right?
Okay. Sorry for that. It was free time that I shared that. Okay, sorry.
No, don't do. So please go and first of all, first things first, please go and read the community guidelines.
Okay,
This
sorry.
platform is for the learning, not for the self-promotion,
Okay.
not
That
for creating any groups. Sandesh, no need to,
Okay.
you can mute yourself, no problem, okay? It's for everyone. This is a learning platform, learning community. Here, people are giving their precious time, okay? You're along with your co-mentors in even all people, right? People sitting here 8 hours to learn some things, right? It's not doing something else here. So please don't mislead the group. Don't post any unwanted links, unwanted things. If you're doing some work, do post there, okay? People go engage with you, okay? So please go ahead and read the community guidelines. Okay, no problem. Okay, done. So I think we are good. So let me minimize this screen and we will start with the group number 1 presentation. Okay. So from group number 1, who is going to present? Please let us know
I can
your
start.
name. Okay. How many people will be presenting from your team?
So I do have a presentation that I can share. It is created with all the screenshots and all the work that we have done. And whenever everybody's work is being talked upon, they will have a chance to talk on that.
Okay, perfect. Super.
That one.
Yeah,
Okay.
nice.
So
Well,
quickly we will start.
wait,
Is
wait,
it
wait,
all right?
wait, 1 second. So I'm sending the message in my WhatsApp, our instructor WhatsApp group. Okay. So all instructors. So now this is for group number 1. Okay. So once you can keep doing the marking, and once you're done with the marking, then you can send me the your total score. Okay. All set from my side. Now, yes, group number 1, please go ahead and you have the 10 minutes. Okay. And I'm going to start the timer as well from my end.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so we are group 1. Our name is Deployables, and we are very excited to present. Our product owner was Vamshidhar Kodakandla. He's the one who created the product backlog. Then Scrum Master was me. My name is Edrina Kulaso. Dev lead was Sunny Shekhar. Our DevOps lead was Malisha Ranawaka. And in our development team, we had Sunny Shekhar, Hassan, Santosh Kumar, Raju, Sonam Tamang, and Shirisha was testing. And Marisha Ranawaka was doing the deployment. So first of all, the epic was created by Vamshi, and I'm going to let Vamshi talk on this particular point because he was the product owner.
Yes, sure. So there's a project created in the Jira, and we created one epic, high-level epic, and then underneath we created all the child user stories. Though there are 8 user stories on the assignment, so we created one extra user story as well for setting up the AWS EC2 instance environment and GitHub repository. And again, underneath there are 2 subtasks. One task for EC2 and other task was for the GitHub, so was taken by 2 individual people. And then we have all these user stories created with the acceptance criteria and also the user story points, and also there's a signee as well. Of course, we couldn't able to finish the whole sprint, yes, but whatever we have done, we did, and then we also closed the sprint 1 as well. Now things went to the sprint 2 backlog, which of course it didn't start. And yes, and we created, we invited all the teams with the member access using the email ID. So that's why everybody is able to access. And this is a public Jira URL, so everybody can access it. So yeah, this is pretty much. You have any other? Yeah, this is a sprint start screen,
Yeah.
and then yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so this was it, and then we assigned the tasks to the developers, and we got to know from them regarding the story points and how complex and time consuming each story would take. We worked on that, and beyond that, then the developers, they started working simultaneously. And for cloud deployment, we had the EC2 created by Malaysia, and he also worked on installing all the packages. And then we had, this was just a snippet of the Burndown chart that I took in between while we were working on, just to show like what was completed and what is not. And in a normal sprint, we always use this Burndown chart to track where we are in terms of development. Then this is a GitHub link. So Santosh, he created a public GitHub repository where he downloaded the code and created a branch, shared it with the developers so that they could work on the changes. And once that was done, this is the final URL. Basically, this is the URL of the EC2. So this contains the stories that we completed. May not be all the stories, but it does contain the development that was done so far, and it's a working URL. So if anybody would like to take a look, they can always click on this URL and take a look. And I'm going to leave the floor open to anybody who would like to tell about their work, development team, anybody. Do they want to talk? I can go back to that particular screen. Malisha, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, Adriana, please open the URL and show the latest work we have done.
Okay. So here, easy peasy, we went to the URL and we have this latest work. Manisha, we can talk on this. Anything you would like to add? Any developers would all like to add? Okay. So that is it from us. Oh, was there somebody talking?
I was about to just say a little bit, but
Yes, continue.
Part of the development task, I handled the menu, had to change the colors, and I changed the weight and font size for the job titles. Um, I created a new branch, staged my changes. Yes, staged my changes, committed, and pushed to my origin. And it was taken over by the deployment team, and they deployed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So last chance, anyone wants to talk? Okay. So that was it from the team deployables, group one. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Great.
Any
Maybe
questions?
you can stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Well done. Impressive,
Thank
guys. Really. Very good team coordination. Okay. Well planned, well presented. Amazing. Mind blowing. I can see the application working fine. Could you please share your GitHub link as well? I wanted to see the commits a little bit. And now floor open to the other commenters as well. If you want to ask anything, want to see anything, or add anything.
So you have completed all except 6 tasks, right?
We completed out of we have completed at least 5 tasks including subtask, but we created around 12 including subtasks. So yeah, 5 completed out of 12 in total stories, including sub stories as well.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 completed. Yeah, that's correct. Yes, yes.
Yes, we can complete it, 6.
Yeah, sorry, 6
Yes,
completed.
so
Yeah.
Praveen,
Yes,
I just want to add that I can understand why you may be thinking that we completed only 2 out of 6 because of the burn down chart, I believe, but that was taken in between while we were working on deployment, on development. So that is why it didn't show the end result. I just added it there because I was proud of my
No,
of this thing.
it's
Yeah.
a,
We
it's a very good. It's a
were
very good.
we were able to complete 44%. Yeah, 56% is still in to-do list or in progress.
Okay, but overall it was very good. I mean, excellent, you can say. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Actually, we could have completed, but because of the initial environment setup and all coordination, we burned maximum time there only. Because this is first time we are doing in collaboration. So the creation of GitHub repository and then getting the pull requests and all, it took much time. So we couldn't complete our development story point, but yes, overall we understand how the working, and it is very good learning for us.
Yeah,
Yes, Sunny, overall it is we can complete the maximum point within the time frame, and we do the good collaboration and great collaboration, and all the thing we are going with the plant sprint that we have to follow. So very well done, guys.
Yeah. The only thing is, just Praveen, I want to say that of course normally during the sprint planning, all these boards, stories, everything should be ready before that start. Now we need to do that as well and then do the planning, and that took at least 20-25 minutes time.
Right, I do understand. So I think that was the idea, right? So someone took as in charge of the product owner, right? He will start doing those things, and then maybe
Yes.
someone start creating a EC2 instance, someone clone the application, and start looking into it. Anyways, so that was very short time, okay? But yeah, it could be done better, okay? So I understand, and I see the commits. Okay, there's 4 people committed in the GitHub, okay, and the pull request. Amazing, guys. Means we have done a small feature change, okay, committed it, merged it. Mind blowing. Super, super happy. Yeah, any commenter want to add anything? No, if not, then commenter, please take your time to reflect and let me know the marks here. And one thing I would like to add here. So for group number 1, you have a commenter uh, Jasim, Manish Kumar, and Vesdan. And guys, they are very, very committed. Okay. And they are your co-mentor. So in you see, miss, you have the different co-mentor for the different group. Okay. And the co-mentor, what you see here, okay, let me tell their name once again in the, okay, maybe you know, Yasim Mirza, okay, Manish Kumar, and Vesdan Alhamari. And they are super committed. Guys, your all assignments, they review it. They give the marks. Okay. So when you are doing any LinkedIn post, writing a blog, guys, please uh, recognize them. Okay, give credit to them so they will be motivated. Because it's very hard, guys. It's weekend, right? And they're sitting for you, right? Helping, right? Again, in the weekdays, they're going to review your assignments. So I have huge respect for them. Okay. So guys, please do recognize them, okay, in each and everything, and do add them in your prayers as well. Okay. Anyways, so I wanted to tell you guys, I see Manish is putting a lot of effort. I see him putting a lot of effort, guys, because we have one a private channel where we do our own discussions, yeah, and then I see there. Okay, well done, guys. Thank you so much. Now I see the score from the all commenters. I'm going to add in the sheet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 commenters. Okay, and now let's give floor to the group number 2. And I'm going to start the timer as well. Yes, guys, who is going to present from the group number 2?
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me share my screen.
Okay, floor is.
So for group number 2, we are done with the 70% of the work. We created the Jira, added the workload, and assigned each and every task to our team members. So let me share with you the backlog. So we were able to create the EC2 instance, and it's live. Here is the link. Let me just this one as a block the. Let me just open it in a new tab. How do I remove this? So here is the live link. We were able to deploy after creating the EC2, we were able to deploy the website. Then we were able to make the changes, but due to time, my team members were not able to push the changes to the GitHub. So in the website, we have not made any change so far. So
we have created a GitHub link where we have all the All the
Yes, so
commits
let
I
me.
have done, but we have not made any changes. We have a GitHub link. I have created the GitHub link. I can share you the GitHub link. So I am sharing the GitHub link. But we have not made any changes to it.
Yeah, so you can share the GitHub link in the chat. Then I'll also share the live link.
But basically, you have changes on your local, right? Locally, you have changed. You have not
Yes.
pushed, but you have changed.
Yes.
So out of all the tasks, how many tasks you have completed?
Everyone has a change in their system, but they are not able to push in the Git repository. Everyone have made changes in their local system.
No. Have you added the team members in Jira?
Yes, sir. We have added team members in the Jira.
No.
Can you show where are team members?
Like she mean that everyone who have a task, like me, I have also a task. We have our own repo and make there the changes. This is what she wanted to say. We
Okay.
didn't-
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, let me add something. I'm part of the developers. So, but it took us time to actually understand the task, being this is our first time working with Jira. Like I've not done anything on Jira before. So it took me time. I wish I had more time to commit. I've done my changes. So I don't know, but we will definitely deliver our job. Thank you.
Thank you. I am also one of the developers. My job was to work on the apply now button. I've been able to do that on my local machine. I don't know if I can share my screen to show my local machine.
Okay, fine. Let me stop sharing so that you can share.
Okay.
Okay, done. You can now share.
Okay. So my job is to work on the apply now button, which I have done. I have done the editing. I have changed the editing, and I've made sure that the mail to is to an email which I sent to my personal email. If you can see down below, mail to gmail.com. And I also edited the behavior of the apply now button. But unfortunately, due to time, I could not push my changes to get the changes deployed. Thank you.
So you are doing it from the GitHub. So do you have any GitHub link for that? Could you please share it?
Yes, we have a GitHub link, but I have not pushed. I have not pushed to the GitHub link yet.
Mazina and me, we have this push to GitHub our changes, so we can share this GitHub links.
Okay, guys, you have anything you want to add, or the group 2 you are done from your side?
Yes, sir. My task was to add the date and human readable actually, but I don't. I missed that GitHub, so I was not able to do that. But I made the changes in the main code. If you want, I can share the screen. Uh, just one sec. Yeah. So I made these changes. Like I have to add the dates like posted on. So I made the changes in the main code, and I just make my repository and I put that in my repo. I didn't find that Tanisha's repo, so I did that in my repo. So some miscommunication happened, and I did in my repo. So we were not able to do that, but I done my job. Thanks.
Well, okay, perfect. Guys, maybe you can stop sharing screen. Okay, good job. See, try to understand, okay? This is not easy task, right? So, uh, Jira was new for some of the people. Guys, please turn on your video, right? Here we're doing discussing, right? I think I really appreciate if you all turn on your video. We can see each other, okay? So, yeah, thank you so much. So, this platform was new for you, right? And some of the group, maybe people are quite new, okay? So it takes some time. In some group, people have some experience, right? They know how to manage the things, how organize the things. So this is quite natural. So it's okay. We totally understand, okay? And within 90 minutes, right, you have to organize yourself, okay? You have to make sure one GitHub repository, everyone committing there, right? Then we are merging it. So I do understand. So don't worry. But despite of that, great work, okay? So you're able to create the Jira board, right? Able to add the people there, right? Assign the task, okay? So sometimes you don't meet the deadline. This is natural in the project development. So it's totally fine, okay? Great work. Everyone, please clap for them. I really appreciate. And with this, we become more better. Yes, super. Thank you so much. Yes. Now, flow to another again for commenters. If you have any points you want to add or ask, please. Okay. I think commenter already asked their questions, so I don't think they have any questions. Now I'm waiting for their marks in the WhatsApp group. So guys, please do let me know. I have received. I think one person is pending. Great, take your time, no problem. And once again, so for your group, your co-mentor is Abhishek and Praveen Pandey. And once again, guys, they are super active. Okay, Abhishek and Praveen. I see their activities all the time on the Discord and the WhatsApp group. Okay, so hats off. Okay, guys, once again, what I'm trying to tell you, they are your co-mentor. Okay, so when you are recognizing them, okay, giving the credit, give credit to these people because they are your real mentor. They are helping you, right? Not add another commenter. So you know your commenters, right? Try to connect with them. Try to make a relationship with them, right? So they have some experience from the industry. They're going to help you out. Okay, so thank you so much. Nice presentation. Great work. I'm waiting for one. Uh, okay, I got it. Super. Yes. Now, thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, perfect. Now let's go for the group number 3. So he's going to present from the group number 3. Guys, please do let us know who is going to talk from the group number 3.
Hi, Praveen. This side Rugby.
Hello. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Please see if I can share my screen. So we worked on this assignment. We were 3 people who were working on this assignment: Supuni, me, and I think Adora, Edsola. Okay, so because I'm totally new to Jira, so I don't know much about it. So we worked all together. So we so we created the this project GoToJob, and we had. Could it be possible, like, if we can represent or present it in next class?
Whatever you done, okay, no problem, okay. So I think we want to get time for the next session. Do it, whatever you have, no issues. We totally understand, okay. 90 minutes is not enough to make everything's working.
Yeah, because one of our team members have left and other team members are not available right now. So,
Okay, so the bill too, how much, whatever you can do it, no issues, okay?
okay. Can I pass on to next group because I'm not sure whether I would be able to present. Otherwise, we have
Okay.
jotted down. We had
Sure.
completed it.
Sure. Yeah. So can I stop sharing your screen? Okay, and let's take maybe a couple of minutes of the rest, and then again you can do your preparation. You can present in the last. Okay, I understand when some people left, then you have to present everything. So that totally makes sense. You can stop sharing your screen.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So no worries, no stress, guys. Everyone, please take a deep breath. Release, relax. No pressure. We are your co-mentor. So here we are to support you, not to judge you. Okay, we are not going to judge you. How good, how bad we are going to do it, because you are our students. Okay, so take your time, no hurry. Okay, so let's take a couple of 2 minutes of the little bit break, and the group number 4. Okay, you can meantime please prepare yourself. Then I'm going to let you know when you can start your presentation. And meantime, okay, so once group number 4 is ready, do let us know. No hurry. Take your time. Okay, so group number 4, if you are ready, do let me know. No hurry, okay? I got marks for the group number 1 ready, group number 2 ready, and group 3, I think you have some team member left, so you got panic. So no worries. Try to adjust your slides, see what you can present. No issues at all. And the group number 4, if you're ready, do let me know.
Okay, so Anuradha, are we ready to present?
Yeah. Can you just share your screen? We both will just show what we have done directly in Jira. We didn't go with the presentation way. And then we had like I and she were like the product owner and the Scrum Master. And then we had different teams who were working on the DevOps side and the development side. And they will present the demo of the once the EC2 instance, how they deployed it. Okay, so can we just share the Jira? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sure,
Please
go
do bear with us. We did not have any co-mentors, unlike other teams, so we did the best we could. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so this was my first time with Jira as well as Anuradha's first time with Jira. So what we did was we took plenty of time in the beginning to just go through the Udemy assignment and make sure like we understand what we are doing, and we tried our best to organize the team and assign the roles, which the team was cooperative enough and they took on the roles very well. And so I'll be presenting the Jira side of it. So Yeah, so first we started by going to the backlog and creating an epic. And within the epic, we learned how to create stories by changing the tags here. And then within the story, we added some description and some subtasks if needed. And also, while creating the account, I realized that I could send an invite to Anuradha. So that's how she was also able to actively input to the Jira live without me having to do everything all by myself, which is I really appreciate that.
But we
And
couldn't get the other team members, included because we were trying to figure out how to go about, using Jira and how to add the, task or, the stories which are there. So we figured that out and then got it, set up so that under an epic, all these stories are there. And then we try to make some progress as to how the progress is. And then we got to a certain amount of the Burndown chart. So this is how our Burndown chart looks at this point. So this is from the Jira side, what we were able to do. And we started the sprint also. So that also we were able to do. We started the sprint so that we could get this Burndown chart. I think the DevOps team was working on setting up everything from scratch. They had the EC2 instance set up and then, Nginx and, cloning the application. I think the rest of the thing, the other team will give a demo. I think they have given an IP address also. Let me just check.
yeah, are you able to open the IP address, Anuradha?
Yeah, 1 minute. I'll just. Is the development team there? Can they, should I share my screen or will they share their screen, the development team? Or group 4? Anybody?
Yeah, I will share.
Yeah. Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Saleha. I am as a development part. The first thing is to change the color. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is what the task has given. First of all, we need to change this one, and also in this part, we need find your next role first. And coming to the part where the technical lead and this bold and the font will size will increase. So we have made the technical lead, business director, HR manager here. Then one more thing is remote, which we need to add, and also the posted date, today's date we have done this one. Then coming to the last part where link about the company, about and contact we have to do. This one we have made, and yeah, this much only.
Yeah, great job, great job. Because he was also working parallelly. I couldn't take updates from him as to where the status was till now. So this is a great thing that now I came to know that mostly almost everything is covered, whatever was given in the Udemy thing. I'm very happy.
Yeah, like to add on to that, like one positive experience I can take away from this was like it provided for all of us like an experience of how working in a real team would look like. And I also like the fact that when anyone had a question, other people were like ready to like support and provide help and suggestions on how you can improve the tasks. And also that was also pretty great to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So does anyone else have anything to add from our team?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that this was a really good teamwork where we were able to collaborate. And like she said, I was in between the DevOps and the product owner team. We were trying to troubleshoot how to get this sorted. At some point, our network was actually messing up, but we were able to finally get it done. And I'm sure that everyone in this group now will be able to deploy this thing on their own without any issues. And that's the goal of this program. So I appreciate everybody in this group. We've done a good job as far as I can see here. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good job, everyone. Yeah.
Yes.
Like in the breakout room, it was like we were talking on top of each other, and it was going like that, all a little bit chaotic, with everybody sharing their screen and teams working in that kind of an environment. But then it was fun, and then I think we somehow pulled it off. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Super. Really good work. Now I see, Miss, just you divided your work and just go and do your work. And everyone is busy. I think this could be the good strategy when we are very short time, right? The making sure we have to deliver the product, right? So yeah, delivery is the important, right? And maybe team coordination is a bit missing. It's okay. Sometimes it happens. So I totally understand. And I see you one of the comment asking for the GitHub repo. Please share with that because they are going to look into that. And great work. Okay. So I totally understand. And sorry, I really see this energy. Okay. I was jumping in some of the group now and then. Okay. Silently, I was saying your great work. Good. And about your team, I know you don't have the commenter. Okay. And we are working on it. So we'll fix it very soon. Tomorrow we have our co-mentor meetings. Okay. And then we are going to see how we are going to make all those assign one commenter for you, or maybe we will dissolve your group. We'll see. But you will have support from someone. Okay. So that we understand. So could you please share the GitHub link? I think Wisdan is asking.
Okay. Do we have the GitHub link?
Okay. So he's saying it's still not uploaded. No problem. Okay,
Okay.
great. Then from my side, all looks good. Great work. I appreciate. And yeah, you are fighting to meet the deadlines. So that's great work. Now I'll open the floor for the commenters. Please go ahead, and if you have any questions, any feedback, anything, please go ahead and ask.
Yeah, Praveen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, just to commend them for the work done. I like how everybody took responsibility of their tasks and the fact that they were kind of in loop on what whoever is doing what and then all of that. So I like the team energy. That is the only way teams grow, in an organization. And I mean, kudos to all of you. And that was just what I wanted to, share.
Thank you.
I had a question. If we didn't finish this assignment, are we supposed to continue on it after this and upload it to our Google Docs?
Yes, finally, this is going to be your solo assignments as well. Okay. So in this week, you will be solving these 4 assignments. Okay. So one you already done. If you didn't done right, then you have to do it. You have to do yourself. Perfect. Any other question from any commenter? If not, great. I received marks from the everyone. Thank you so much. And now let's go for the group number 5. And who's going to speak from the group number 5?
Hi, Praveen. I'm the one who will do the presentation. I mean initial presentation for the group 5.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll share my screen. Hold on. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, I can see.
Yeah. So nice meeting you, everyone. Just want to tell that I'm a bit nervous right now because this is my first time to present in a lot of people. So yeah, we started a bit messy since most of us are first time using the Jira. and we don't know what we need to do. But with the help of our great mentor, Wejan, she actually guide us, and after we started to use the Jira, everything gets start to align. So the Jira was being managed and led by Mandakani, and it ends up that she is a great product owner and a Scrum master. And then she was doing great on assigning the tasks to each of our developers, which is being led by Muhammad Hurira. So if you could see, we are actually 13 people in the team, and each of us are contributing to the project. And during the execution, each of the tasks, for example, this hero tagline, it was assigned to Chikamama, and then the primary CTA with Karan, then the job card and remote with Mubrak, and then the EC2 and posted with Muhammad. So for the collaboration workflow, I will give the presentation to Hurira.
Hello everyone. So as Asukla said that in the start we are a little messy, but Vajdan proved a very good mentor to us. He guided us on the different parts of our project, and we take the lead. If I am speaking right, like Mandakini set up the Jira and all the things, and then decided some of our members say that we are good in development, so then started working on the development side. Meanwhile, I downloaded the source code from the given link, and then I made a GitHub repo and shared the link with all of them, and they make their own branch and started working on the branches. And the Kini and the other persons start working on the presentation side to create the document and make it presentable. And then I started working on the EC2. I deployed the EC2 instance and then updated and installed the Nginx server on it. Then we all waited for the development team to complete their site and deploy. And we faced one problem, like they completed the development task, but we are not able to see in the main branch. So we know that we have to merge it. Then they merged it and push onto the global Git repository. Then I pull into my EC2 instance. Then our site is live, and all the features you can see on the link, which is Sutra has joined the screen, and also I shared the link with you guys. On to my other member, he will show you the reflections and screenshots of the report. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. It was a bit slow starting because everyone is very unknown to each other, and we don't know actually in which part we are expert. So everything is new for us. But our team member Mandakini, she has done a good job starting with her Jira. And George, let me share my screen. Can you guys share? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, can see.
Okay, so she has done with Jira project and created sprint, then assign all the tasks, and as a developer we have done few of tasks, not 100%. We have done 50% on sprint 1, and we have planned other 50% on sprint 2. So this was our task on Jira. And then we have created on GitHub. Let me share project. This was our project created by Huraira. So everything is done on our pull request, and he shared on the EC2 instance, and our project is live as already shared on screen. So yeah, that's all from us, and it's a bit tough to say like it's been first time for us. Yeah, that's all. If anything to ask or share, let me know. Thank you all.
Great, super. You can stop sharing your screen. Yes, well done, guys. Please put your hands together for this group. Great work. I was just going through your commits. Okay, I see everything is a pull request. 4 to 5 people committed, and I think you got the good developer, or maybe UI UX person. He was doing a lot of color changes in the websites. So it looks nice. Okay, but yeah, great work, super. I really liked it. I think we also done very good planning. Okay, work together, followed all the best practices. Great work, super. So yeah, now let's open the floor for the other commenters if they want to ask any question or anything. And meantime, I will collect the points. Anything from any commenter? Looks like they are quite happy the work you have did. Very nice. Good work, good work, good work. Okay, so if there's no any questions, then very good. I'm waiting for marks from the one of the commenter for you. And now, before we got it, thank you so much. Now, before we go to the, wow, very good marks. I see very, total score is very reflecting very nicely in the scoreboard. Good. Now, before we go to the YouTube group, okay, a YouTube team. So group number 3. So have you able to manage your presentation? Would like to present?
Hi, Praveen. Actually, no one else is going to join with me. So, but we try to implement it. We have implemented it on the server. And I think IP is also available. I can share it on with you. We did a few of the steps, like we completed up to 6th step and implemented it on Linux machine. So can I share the IP with you on chat?
Yeah, you can share the a GitHub link and whatever details you have. So your commenter, means other commenter will look into that, and based on that, they can give the marks. It's not something. It's only you need to show. Okay, so based on those, they are going to put the marks.
You have already prepared your PPT, right? It was very good actually. So you can just mention what you have done. You can share your screen.
Henry, you can display what you have done. Just a GitHub laboratory. No worries. It is a just you do the work. You can display it. No problem.
Yeah,
whether it is managed well or not.
Yeah,
That is
nothing
not
to
the
worry.
issue.
Nothing to worry. Okay.
Okay.
Here is the concern what you do.
Oh,
You
very nice.
already,
What a
you
motivation.
already, yes,
Great
you
work.
already very good PPT.
Thank you, Ravi.
Great, super.
I would not be able to explain much more about it because
And
this
who
software
created this?
is
Ranveer
totally new for us. No, I have not created, but one of our team members have created this.
and he has left, right?
Yeah, she left.
She
No
left.
problem.
Because
You
she
can
had,
explain it.
Okay, okay, okay.
again, actually, we created the project in Jira and we did all these tasks like Epic. This we implemented, and accordingly, we provided seeded like 1.2 points. So I have closed the window now. Are you able to see this screen?
Yes,
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 we can
see.
see. We can see.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, one of my team members shared this with me. I'm not sure how to find out. Okay, this was the project that we had created. Go to job.
Okay.
Just go in
I'm not
next
sure
slide
because it
so
is
we can
not
see all.
happening.
Actually, slide is not moving. We are only seeing the product backlog seeded.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just planning. Okay. So basically all you have done. Okay. Just go ahead. Go in next. And all these things, okay, no problem.
Provided the
Next.
summary also.
Yes.
We provided the summary
Yes, yes,
and the
we
age.
can see. Yeah, we can see. And it's a burnout chart is there. Okay.
This was for report, burnout chart report.
Okay. Okay. What next? Segment this so okay. You have made some changes, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think if they have also been able to deploy the website, they can just share the link for us to look at.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think basically the work was done, but it's just that the group members are not available to be
Yes,
able to
yes.
speak to
And do you have
what they've done.
the
So can I
and also
ask
share the GitHub link?
Sola?
Share my screen. To show
Yeah,
the
it's Sola,
deployed
please.
applications.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm stopping to share the screen. You can share the screen, please.
Adisola, you have to share the screen where you have
Okay,
to
I'm
write.
sure. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, we couldn't really do much edits on the page, but this is what we've got.
So you have already done, right?
Yes.
Yes. You have done the
Then what
changes.
then what is the problem? All is okay. It seems.
So
Yeah,
everything was
I
totally messy.
think
We were
there's
not
no
able
problem.
to assign the tasks. So we were
Okay.
working collectively, and the thing was, so we got.
We can understand if someone has left in meantime. So
Yeah.
it's
Could you please go down?
Actually, she has an emergency. She have to left.
okay. Well, it's good actually.
Okay, great. It's not in such a bad state, okay? But only thing is that person who's supposed to present, maybe she's not there. As we also come to know, there was some emergency, right? So this happened. So no worries. We can see everything is there. So Rabir, hats off to you. Taking forwards, coming and sharing what you have. Okay, so good work and keep it up. This is what we need, right? So everything's don't go as we want, then we need to adjust ourselves accordingly. And you had this spirit, courage coming forward, and sharing and talking. So really appreciate. And now you see your comment, right? They support it. So that's what we need. Thank you so much. So it looks really good to me. Okay. So I think I don't think comment has any questions, but anyone has any questions, please do ask. Okay. Good job. And I also seen some messages, right? Means people really appreciating you in our personal chat. I have seen, right? So people are very good thoughts. The way you presented, right, and doing everything. Thank you so much. Okay. Any commenter? If you want to ask anything, add anything, please, floor for you.
Yeah, so I think this happens in teams, right? People have emergency. I mean, life happens, right? But the main thing is that somebody was able to actually at least own up to, I mean, explain or take charge of the whole thing. It happens in teams. So I think this is something that everybody can also, all the teams or all the groups here can also learn from. Yeah.
Great. Super. Okay. Well done. Now I think we are done from the all group. Now this is time for our YouTube community. So I was in the YouTube community for the long time, and there I have seen some challenges because some people are completely new. They have joined today only. Some people joined last week, so they had some challenges. Okay, so that was completely understandable. But let's see if they have something to present. So yeah, YouTube team. So who want to present? Anyone is there from the YouTube team?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, we were not able to. Let me put on my camera. We're not able to put everything together, but we can explain a few things that we have done. I'm actually having issue sharing my screen. I will have shared, but so far we created. We started with the Jira task. We created the epic and like 8 stories. We created also a sprint, week 1 sprint, and we added 4 of those stories to the sprints. And we also we downloaded the GoTo software source code, and we pushed to a GitHub account, created a branch also where we intend to make all those changes. Then also, okay, yeah, thank you. So this is what we done. So we also launched the EC2 instance. We installed so far. The only thing we've installed is
that meeting, please.
the only thing we've installed is the Nginx server. That's all we've done for now. We've not been able to push the GoTo job portal code to the server yet. So because we are still trying to figure out everything. Most of our people are new and try to explain 1 or 2 things and the likes. But you can provide the external URL of Nginx server and the link to the GitHub account has been the repository that has been created. We can do that if it's needed. So that's what we have for now.
Mr. Freddy,
I think you are muted.
Sorry, if you have any document, maybe GitHub link, so please do share with us. So co-mentor will look into that.
I will do that now.
Okay, perfect. But guys, really great work. If you see YouTube community, as I said, okay, because there people are quite new, and from the previous other weeks, people who are quite active, right? So 21 people already come into our main cohort, right? So the people are mostly new, and it was a bit challenging for them, but still they are able to manage. That's really great. Super. So yeah. So for the co-mentors, if you want to, I don't think if you can give some marks for the YouTube a team, because they don't have the much things. So I would say let's exclude this team for the time being from the scoring point of view. And then I'm going to share my screen. And then we'll see how the score looks like. You guys are excited? Type EX in the chat box. Great, super. Now we have the marks. We have the 6 commenter. They have been giving this marking your score. And I say really good number. And yeah, group number. Good. Super. Very nice. Now let me present, guys. So let's see how this looks like. And here it goes. So group number 1 has got the highest marks. So they have 18.5. And I think they goes to the first place. Guys, everyone, please put your hand together for the group number 1. Great work, guys. Really amazing work. Good marks. And I have seen the way you worked, the way you presented, the collaboration you did. Amazing. Super. Very nice. Now, then we have the group second going for the group number 4. Again, great work. We have seen your great work, collaboration, everything, guys. Again, once again, please clap for them. Put hands together for them. Nice work. Great work. Then third is a group number 5. So again, guys, everybody put hands together for them. Then group number 3 goes for 4th. So I think a lot of sympathy and all. She gathered being alone there. Okay. So yeah, great work, guys. Then group number 2nd, 5th position. So guys, this number ranking is nothing to judge you. Okay. This is mostly about just giving you some sort of ideas, right? Means how things working, how great you did. Everybody, could you please mute yourself?
After Abdullah, this now Abdullah, we just come out. This one.
Let me mute everyone. Yeah. So this is not about the marking and the ranking, okay, but just to get an idea, right? How other teams done better, right? And what you could do better, right? So you got some idea, right? So you see when group number 1 is first position with 18.5 marks, they have done something different than you, right? So that you could use in your next presentation, right? Maybe in your next teamwork. Again, you have seen the second position is group number 4, right? Again, you have seen they are the difference, right? Means they have completely done work differently. They wanted to just deliver and meet the deadline, right? So different strategy, right? So this is just for learnings for everyone, and it was really fun. I have enjoyed it. I hope you